then we'll start.
Sure.
Hi, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Greeting delegate. Now we start with the roll call. Delegate of Albania.
President voting.
Delegates, we are starting with the roll call.
Yeah.
Delegate of Albania.
President voting.
Am I audible?
Sir, I think Albania said present and voting.
Yeah, we are going to the voting. The delegates, we are taking the attendance. The roll call. Delegate of Albania.
Yeah, I'm present and voting.
Okay. Brazil.
Present and voting.
China. Delegate of China. Ecuador.
Present and voting.
Delegate of France.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Gabon.
Present and voting.
Can you repeat? Delegate of Gabon. Can you repeat?
Present and voting.
Present and voting. Ghana.
Present and voting.
Japan.
Present and voting.
Malta. Delegate of Malta. Do we have Malta here? Mozambique.
Present.
Is this Mozambique or Malta?
Mozambique.
Okay. Russian Federation.
Present and voting.
Switzerland.
Present and voting.
UAE.
Present and
Delegate of
voting.
U. Okay. UK. Delegate of UK. Delegate of UK. Delegate of USA.
Present and voting.
Philippines. Delegate of Philippines. Okay.
Good morning, Sumit sir. Request to chair, can you please request all the delegates to keep the cameras open?
Delegates to please turn the cameras on.
Good morning, sir.
Greeting
Hello.
delegate, please
Tell them
recognize the what?
Tell them.
Please recognize the presence of the chef de cabinet Sumit sir, an expert in model event conference with over 19 years of experience training students for model event conference, organizing model event conferences at school, national and international levels. Have been part of organizing team of e-AIMUN Dubai and e-AIMUN Singapore edition. have accompanied students to UNA, USA, MUN, New York, Oxford, MUNOG, Germany. He has been guiding students in MUN summer and winter camps organized by MET schools since the last 14 years. Mr. Sumit Kapoor has done this graduation and post-graduation in history from Delhi University and is history coordinator for MET group of schools. We would like to welcome Sumit, sir.
Thank you. Today I'll be speaking on Arab-Israel conflict. I know the committee is on the conflict in the South China Sea and the conflict between the China and the others. But since yesterday the guest speaker spoke on that topic already, so I thought it's a very current issue, and let me give you a brief history about the topic. I won't be talking about the present crisis, but then I will be touching upon the history behind it, since of course I am a history coordinator of Amity Group of Schools, so it comes within me to share some thoughts on that. So I'll be sharing my screen with you if I have a right. I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So basically, when we talk about Arab-Israel conflict, we, the key questions arise that who is fighting, why they are fighting, and where they are fighting. Why this question is important? Because in past 1 week, we have seen so much of bloodshed. Atrocities from, let me say, both the sides. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक तरफ से ही है. It's, of course, it was started by Hamas infiltrating into Israel, and that surprised the whole world, because nobody ever thought in their own imagination that Hamas could achieve all that. But what happened after that was, complete bloodshed, massacre, killing of women, children, abduction, and then the retaliation of Israel forces into Gaza Strip. Because ultimately, because of the few terrorists of Hamas, and of course their backers in international arena, that is the Syria and Iran, poor people of Gaza Strip and Palestinians are suffering. They have nothing to do with all this, but ultimately that's the cost of war. So let's go into the history of it, and let's see why all that happened. Now, if you look at the history of Palestine-Israel conflict, we all think that, it all started from the First World War, and then there was this British mandate of the Palestine, and then the establishment of Israel state after the Second World War. And then, of course, various peace talks and intifada. But I'll go a little bit before that to talk about the history of the conflict. Now, it all starts from 1250 BCE. Now that, if I add 2000 here and 1200 there, it all started from around 3000 years ago. When Israelites conquered Canaan, the king of David, Solomon, all this, if you are a history buff, you can read all about that, and it all started from there onwards. And then 586 BCE, Jews were driven out of Assyrian conquerors. In fact, we teach some of that about that when we talk about the history of Mesopotamia. And then after the successes of Assyrian kings, you can see here Persia, Greek, Egyptian, Roman, Byzantine, Arab rulers, Damascus rulers, Cairo, Crusaders. All this is part of history. Crusades, like we all know, took place between the Christians and the Arab world over the issue of Jerusalem. Now, why Jerusalem is important? Well, for we call these three religions, that is Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. We call them Abrahamic religions because their all origins are there from that region. And imagine if you read about their history, you will get to know that there is everything common between them. At one given time, they all used to live in tribes. They were all part of this Levant region, and everything was very peaceful. But then came the advent of Islam, and then when Prophet Muhammad united Arabia through war and conquest, the Jewish and the Christian population and the Muslim population, they started having problems with each other. Now, all that had led to a situation in the Middle East and in the Western world that they all claim that Jerusalem is important to them. For Orthodox Christians, Jerusalem is important for them. For Jewish people, the Jerusalem is important for them. For the Muslims, of course, because for Muslims, Jerusalem is important because they feel that it is from that place only that the Prophet Muhammad went to, he started his journey to heavens. So for all these three religions, Jerusalem is very important. इस पे crusades भी fight हुई हैं. The crusades have been fought on, all these three crusades have been fought on that. And so this is basically a small history about this conflict, which starts before the First World War. Now, as far as the problems of both sides are concerned, for that, the background is, for centuries, Jews have been persecuted. Romans have persecuted them. Romans have destroyed their temples. There is a feeling of anti-Semitism throughout Europe and throughout Asia. There are programs through which they have been tried. Different regimes, different religions have tried to eliminate them. And you all know about Holocaust, what happened during Second World War at the hands of Hitler. Now, why we need to understand why there is a feeling of anti-Semitism amongst the people of Europe and amongst the Christian population and the Arab population. Traditionally, if you look at Jewish people, they have been indulging in trade because of the area in which they lived in. They were part of, at some time in history, they controlled Silk Route. They involved in banking. Agar aap top 10, if you look at the top 10 banks or the finances of the world, top 8 would be all Jewish, right from Goldman Sachs to Rockefeller. So whenever there is a crisis, economic crisis in the world, automatically there is a tendency of the people to direct their anger towards the Jewish population because they feel that they control all the money. To a certain extent, yes, they control all the money, but it's not their fault. That's what Hitler also accused them when he was rising to power. That's what recently has been done in various parts of Europe by neo-Nazis, that they try to target Jewish population on that. Also, there is this belief that, which Hitler propagated, that the Jewish community was responsible for the murder of Jesus Christ. Now, this particular, if you look at this slide, there is this, the second photograph. It says Christian only and Jews not allowed. This is danger. This photograph is taken from, can anybody guess this photograph is taken from where? Any guesses? This is not from any Muslim country. This is not from any Islamic country, by the way.
Concentration camps in the Holocaust?
No, good try, but no. This is taken from Canada. This is from Ottawa. So it is very deep-rooted. Anti-Semitism is very deep-rooted even in North America. That we don't realize when Israel-Palestine issue comes, automatically the thought comes into our minds that it is all about Muslims and Jews, Islam and Judaism. No, it is not. And all this has led to, ultimately all this has led to a rise in Zenoist movement. आप एक तरफ से expect नहीं कर सकते. You can't expect one side to take all the beating. Now, when one side is against all the odds, like what they face in the form of anti-Semitism or programs or Holocaust, of course, that community will also react. And in this case, it started Zenoist movement. They wanted to set up their own independent Jewish state. And historically, if you look at their demand, they are not wrong. They are not wrong. Judaism has originated from this region, and that they demanded that, they want an independent state in this region. And while all this was happening, you can see the map on this slide. There used to be an Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire was an Islamic empire, and you can see the extent of Ottoman Empire. And the Levant region, which comprises of Syria, Palestine, Israel, and Iraq, it was all occupied by the Ottoman Empire. And the Jewish population felt that, in the region which they used to live in no longer belongs to them. At the same time, Palestinian Arabs also wanted the land, because this is the land where they used to live in. And I hope you all know about the history of promised land that, Moses promised that, he promised the land, I will take you to this land of Palestine. And Moses, by the way, is the prophet of Jews. So it all goes back to the history. This is the Middle East in 1917. Here you can see no existence of Israel. There is no existence of Palestine here. Although Jerusalem exists, although Damascus exists, but no existence of Israel and Palestine. Then came a secret agreement. Western powers have a very, and I, for that matter, believe that, in this conflict, Western powers have a role to play. In history, there has been an agreement which was signed between, and British and French have always had this, they thought that it's their birthright to impose agreements on others. They have done this throughout their history of imperialism. There used to be they signed an agreement which was known as Sykes-Picot. Picot was a Frenchman and a Sykes was the British. They both signed an agreement under which they decided that, this region will be divided amongst the different powers. Ottoman Empire will be disseminated, and there will be a division of Turkish-held Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Palestine, and the French and the British administrative areas. So it all started in 1916. Then came the British Mandate. Now, British Mandate from 1917 to 1948 talked about how British wanted to establish the home for the Jewish people in Palestinian region. This is also known as Balfour Declaration of 1917. Well, as far as this agreement was concerned, historians believe and the political pundits believe that this was unjustified to the people of Palestine because it did not talk about the rights of non-Jewish people. It only talked about creation of Jewish homeland in the region of Palestine. Now, with this Balfour Declaration, what happened was that Jewish people throughout the world started migrating to this region. Initially, there was a very less percentage of Jewish population in this region. But because of this interference of Great Britain and the British Mandate and the Balfour Declaration, what had happened was that it gave an impetus and boost to the Jewish population to move from different parts of the world to this region. And it increased the population of Jews from 6% to 31% in 1945. Can you imagine? how much of Jewish population increased in this region. And you can't blame Jewish population for that. If the population is increasing, naturally they will be demanding more and more land. And then during Second World War, this happened. That is the Holocaust. And the entire world felt guilt that, what happened to Jews at the hands of Hitler. So there was a sympathy wave throughout the world in favor of Jews. Nobody thought about the Arabs. Nobody thought about the poor Palestinians, because in international media, in newspapers, in discussions, in debates, in conferences, the only one thing which was figuring was the Holocaust, the treatment of Jews at the hands of Hitler. And United Nations in 1947 offered to create a Jewish state and the Arab state in Palestine. Jews accepted it. Of course, it was they didn't find it that nothing wrong in it. They accepted it, but Arabs declined because Arabs felt genuinely betrayed by the Western powers, and then it led to the creation of Israel. Now, what was the effect of on the Palestinian Arabs? Now, here you can see the map of the Israel and the Palestine when it was formed by United Nations in year 1947. On the left-hand side, you can see how small Israel looks. And you can see the Arab states which are marked in orange and Jewish state which is marked in green. Now, gradually during the course of this slideshow, you will see the green is increasing and the orange is reducing, right? So can you blame Palestinians for that? No. Can you blame Jewish or Israel for that? Of course. We can call it greed, but I don't want to simplify it by just saying that it was the greed for land that had led Israel to occupy more and more land. Let me give you again the history of Israel-Arab conflict and tell you why Israel decided to occupy more and more land, and there is a reason behind it. Let me show you. First of all, it's very unfortunate that the Palestinians have become refugees in their own land. It's very, very unfortunate. And all the Western powers are responsible for it. When 1940, after 1947, when the Palestine and the Israel was created, and the Gaza Strip and the West Bank was created, it had led to a green line, and you can see a poor Palestinian sitting behind a green line. And at that time, there were no advanced barbed wire, just a simple barbed wire you can see. But like I said, I will tell you why Israel decided to expand very quickly. The first Arab-Israel war took place in 1949. Israel was taken by surprise. You can see on this map, Israel was attacked from all the sides. Jordan from the eastern side, from southern side, Egypt attacked it, and from the northern side, you can see Syria and Lebanon attacked it. Israel was, like I said, taken by surprise. On the same slide, you can see King Abdullah standing in front of the Holy Spectre in Church of Holy Spectre in Jerusalem. His armies entered into Jerusalem and controlled it. And this was a great setback, initial setback to the Israel. But then what Israel had, what kind of advantage Israel had was that it had a Western backing. It had modern weaponry. On the same slide at the bottom, you can see advanced tanks and fighter planes, which the Israel had. And then they retaliated and pushed back the Arab advances, which were made. Initially, Arabs were successful, but then later on in the war, Israel pushed them back and controlled, took back the area which was taken from them. In 1949, Armitage Line was formed. Israel had control over 78% of the territories of Israel and Palestine. Now on this map, you can see that how the West Bank and the Gaza Strip has shrunk. Right? This was the result of 1948 Arab-Israel war. They started it. Israel said, we will finish it, like recently Benjamin Netanyahu said the same thing. And you can, and West Bank at that time was controlled by Jordan. Then came 1956 Suez Canal crisis. Now, why Suez Canal crisis took place? Suez Canal, as we all know, connects Asia with Europe. The Mediterranean and Red Sea is connected via Suez Canal. Now, there is this very popular president which took over Egypt. His name was Abdul Nasser. He nationalized Suez Canal by taking the private ownership of Suez Canal. That had led to crisis. 3 countries ganged up together against Egypt and attacked Egypt. United Kingdom, France, and Israel. They attacked Egypt and they reached till Suez Canal. But again, since we all are doing diplomacy, we are doing diplomatic discussions here, let me tell you, in international diplomacy, in international foreign policy, self-interest matters. Only self-interest, nothing else. For these 3 countries, the self-interest was to take over the control of Suez Canal. But then there was another self-interest of a major power of that time, which resulted in these 3 countries withdrawing, and that was the interest of United States of America. United States of America, this was the time when Cold War was at its height. There was a rivalry between United States of America and USSR. USA wanted Egypt on its side. So United States of America put pressure on UK, France, and Israel to back off. Can you imagine? The same country which sides with Israel all the time, and it is said that, Five Eyes, UK is part of Five Eye. The same country was pushing United States of America was pushing these 3 aggressors to push back. So this was the second Arab-Israel war, which actually ended up humiliating France, UK, and Israel. Then came the 6-day war. This only lasted 6 days. That's why it is known as the 6-day war. Now, in this 6-day war, was a very, very decisive victory for Israel. And in this war was the turning point in the history of this region. Again, the aggressors were Arab countries. Israel, in this war, defeated Egypt. And you can see on this slide, the Egypt Sinai Desert, which is marked in green, was taken over by Israel. The area size of, let's say, the country of size of Belgium was taken over by Israel from Egypt. And then Syria was defeated and the Golan Heights were taken away from them. You can see Golan Heights in the north. And the West Bank, which was controlled by the Jordan, was taken over again by Israel. Israel pushed the armies of Jordan, Syria, and Egypt back into their own countries and took over Golan Heights, West Bank, and Sinai Desert. This was a huge, huge, huge victory for the Israeli state and very humiliating defeat for the Arab world. You can see some of the glimpses of this war. And in fact, at the bottom of it, you can see the defense minister of Israel at that time. I'm forgetting his name. I think Yitzhak Rabin. I think I'm maybe forgetting his name. 6-day war again. It had led to United Nations Resolution 242. United Nations discussed and debated. It condemned Israel for taking Arab territories, but Israel did not return those territories which were demanded that, you should return it back. Then in 1973, again, another blunder by the Arabs. It is known as Yom Kippur War. This is the most pious, most religious festival of the Egyptians or Jews. Jews. And Egypt and Syria combined together launched a surprise attack. Israel government led by Golda Meir was not fully prepared, but she got US support, and we all know US support will always turn the tide in the war. At this time period, the Arab world, which was controlling the petroleum export, put a ban on the countries which were supporting Israel. Then came the peace talks. In 1978, Camp David Accord was signed between the Egypt and Israel. In this, the president of Egypt, Mr. Sadat, he recognized Israel as a state, and in return, can you imagine, Israel returned the whole Sinai desert. Just for one recognition of Israel's state, the whole territory of Sinai desert was returned back to Egypt. Both countries, both presidents and prime minister were criticized by the extremists, so much so that you can see that the Sadat was assassinated by his own bodyguards. This is the very famous picture where Sadat, for signing the Camp David Accord, was assassinated. It was very unfortunate because Sadat wanted peace in this region. But let me tell you, whosoever talks about peace, now we talk about question, we raise this question that can the peace be achieved? But in this case, peace could not be achieved, and unfortunately, Sadat was assassinated. But Egypt still till date recognizes Israel as a state. 1987, again, the first Intifada started. Intifada was basically that, the Palestinians took to street to take on Israeli government. Yasser Arafat who was the head of PLO, condemned terrorism. He also decided that it's time to reach peace, that recognition to the state of Israel can be achieved. In return, he only wanted that the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, the Palestinians should have authority to govern themselves. But ultimately, what happened was that that there were foreign interference in this region, which I strongly feel that the poor Palestinians have suffered because of the international politics by Iran and Syria and Lebanon. They interfere through the terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah. They fire rockets to the territories of Israel, and Israel in return, Israel in return have only bombed civilian population, although they say that they are targeting Hamas and Hezbollah. But then you all know that, the casualty of war has always been women, children, and poor innocent people. And you can see here that, poor Palestinians have been forced to live in tents, and Israel, on the other hand, is facing terrorism. Number of civilians have been killed, and recently what you saw was another example. Israel, on its part, had tried to build this artificial wall around Gaza Strip and West Bank. It has only resulted in the hardship for the Palestinian people of Gaza Strip and West Bank. But you can't you can't completely blame Israelis also, unless and until there is that the Israelis and Palestinians will sit together and discuss and debate amongst themselves, and there is no foreign interference by other country. This conflict will go on. Poor Palestinians will keep on suffering. Poor innocent Israelis will suffer because of the terrorism. And this is, you can see that since 2002, this has happened. Hamas has won election in Gaza. Hamas fires missiles in Israel. Israel bombs and invades Gaza. Israel keeps on bombing Hezbollah and Hamas targets in Lebanon and Gaza. And now you have all seen that, what has happened. So thank you for listening to me. I will, if there is any question or a query on your part, you may ask.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wise words. And we would like the delegates, if they have any doubt, they can ask. USA.
Sir, I wanted an opinion from you. Sir, considering the Sykes-Picot agreement between France and UK, do you consider Sykes-Picot agreement to be the genesis of what actually is taking place in this Israel-Palestine conflict right now?
Can you repeat your question? You're talking about Skype and Picot agreement and how it has affected the present conflict.
Yes, sir. So like Sykes-Picot agreement between UK and France to divide the Middle East do you consider that to be the genesis of what is actually happening today?
So there are two reasons behind it. One, yes, of course, I agree with you that that this is one of the reasons, because if there is a foreign interference, of course, they have their own agenda. Like, let me be very honest and straightforward with you. Support by Iran in this conflict for Hezbollah and Hamas, you need to understand the history of Islam. Now, when after Islam was divided into Shias and Sunnis, there is always an upmanship in Arab world to show to the Muslim population in Middle East that we are better than them. So there is always a rivalry between the Saudi Arabia and Iran to show that, we are one step ahead of you. So hence that has resulted in Iran supporting Hezbollah and Hamas to basically show it to the rest of the Arab world that, see, in spite of you being Sunni population countries, you have done nothing for the cause of Palestine. We, on the other hand, are Shias, but we are doing our bit. Syria is also have a major population of Shias. So these both countries support Hamas and Hezbollah. And this is all about one-upmanship. And the second, that leads to foreign interference by these powers. And of course, Britain, France has not only done damage to this cause by this agreement, but then there are various agreements. Like, for instance, you have example of partition of India, that how badly they partitioned India, that, cabinet mission plan and the groupings, group A, group B, group C, you are creating East Pakistan and West Pakistan, and in between you are creating India, and how it had resulted in so much of problem for all the communities for that matter. And British has always believed in divide and rule, and their policies have always, their interference in other parts of the world has led to different problems. Same goes for United States of America, same goes for other Western powers who try to interfere in the affairs of the other countries. So like, for instance, I can give you an example that Iraq was a very modern country before this wild imagination of weapons of mass destruction came, and second Iraq war took place. And now Iraq is facing the problem of ISIS. And same I can talk about Afghanistan, where Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, and then later on America. That poor country, which was where the girl child was going to school, is now not allowed to go to school. So these foreign countries, when they try to impose their values or they interfere, it only results in problems. So why can't Israel and Palestinians sit together and discuss their own problem, rather than the Arab world pushes from behind, and from there America pushes behind from there? So that's my point of view.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate of Brazil.
Right.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I had a question. Like you just stated in your answer that you believe, which I think is right, that Israel and Palestine should work out themselves rather than involving, larger powers. But considering how, the conflict is not taking any turns and the Arab states are supporting Palestine, do you think that there's any chance that the West would also get involved into this conflict to make it, bigger, and the other Arab states in the region who have also been against Israel will also get involved in the war?
It is but natural that Western countries will get involved because, like I told you while I was talking about the history of Jewish population, traditionally they have been in banking and business and trade and commerce. So most of the economy of the West is controlled by the Jewish population.
Yes, sir.
So of course there is a pressure from this community to they put pressure on the government. They are known as pressure groups. They put the pressure on their governments to interfere, and it is but natural. Like United States of America has sent its aircraft carrier near in Mediterranean. So like also in that music festival, Italians have been killed, UK citizens have been killed, the German citizens have been killed, US citizens have been killed. So of course, when your citizens are killed, you naturally get involved. And same goes for the other side as well. Now, like that there is a belief amongst the Arab world that Palestinians don't get the voice which they deserve in international platforms. So they want to become their voice. At one time, Egypt, Nasser or Sadat, they wanted to be the voice of the Palestinian people. Abdullah, the King Abdullah of Jordan, wanted to become the voice of the Palestinian people. Ayatollah Khomeini wants to become the voice of Palestinian people because they feel that they are discriminated. So this will keep on happening. It's like it's a vicious circle that it will keep on. Everything will be revolving, and there is no end to it. You can't reach an end. You will keep on circling.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I can take a last question if there is any. Okay, seeing there is no question, then I think thank you everyone for listening to me, and over to you. Yeah.
Sir, I have a question. If you allow, can I ask?
Yes, please.
Sir, I think that media always plays a role in forming a narrative. So do you think in this Israel-Palestine issue, the media is playing a role to form a biased narrative about the war?
Of course, media does play its role. But what we have seen during Kargil war, that Indian media very actively covered the war, and which actually was appreciated in international arena. I remember when I was in class 10th, the CNN was showing live. That was the first time a war was covered live. When first Gulf War took place, and CNN was showing planes taking off from the aircraft carrier and the missiles going on. Of course, there is the media has always been controlled by business lobbies, interest groups. There are some state medias like Al Jazeera is a Qatar owned media, and it only reflects one point of view, or Fox News or CNN or Harrods or Times will of course be dominated by the Western view, and since Western view is on the Jewish side, the Israeli side, so they will be showing one-sided news. So media does play a role. I have never throughout my career have come across any independent, unbiased media. They all carry biases, and they can carry a bias of any religion, owners, editorial view, and nowadays even like yesterday I was in press corps and I asked this question to the guest speaker that we all saw that Canadian broadcast wrote in an email to all their reporters that don't use the term terrorist to describe the Hamas militants entering into the Israeli territory. Call them militants. Don't call them terrorists. Now, then there is news of 40 newborn babies. Their heads are being cut off by Hamas. Now, even the United States president said this in his press conference. But then later on, White House retracted and said that Biden's opinion on that was based on a newspaper report. Now, a newspaper report, can it be trusted? Can it not? I mean, is it true? Is it half true? So media does play a narrative on a conflict, and there are media biases, of course. And like I said, it's a vicious cycle. It will keep on going. The only way to achieve peace in this conflict is by leaving Israelis and Palestinians to decide amongst themselves. Right? Things were going okay, but then there are international things at play. Like recently at G20, it was decided that the economic corridor will pass through Saudi Arabia and Israel. Then there was this peace talks going on between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which was initiated by China and supported by America. And then there was the peace talk which was going on between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, all these things are in mud now because of this. So we need to imagine whether the Palestinians have done that or some foreign power has done that, so that peace is not achieved and all these corridors and prosperity doesn't come to this region. This is for you to decide.
So just one last question, if you allow me. I know you are pressed for time.
Yes,
how do you perceive India's stand given the present crisis and the fact that India is emerging as a great superpower in the contemporary times?
Yeah, so India is member of I2U2. I2U2 has India, Israel, United States of America, and UAE. So of course, we in India have a right-wing government right now, and Israel has supported us throughout Kargil war and different crises. So this government has taken a little bit different route by completely, they have given, nobody else has given any statement. I think the strict instruction has gone that only Prime Minister will speak. So Prime Minister has given 2 statements and both supports Israel, right? So uske kai reasons hain. Like I said, I2U2 is one reason. Another is Israel's support to us. Our major weaponry inventory comes from Israel, and during crisis they have given from their own inventory. That is the second reason. Third is, of course, it's a right-wing government in India. Fourth, of course, it was a terrorist attack initiated by Hamas. So, and like Vigna was saying, that media initially was started showing ki there are bodies everywhere. So it had created a narrative, right? So that's the fourth reason. And traditionally, India has been with Palestinian people. But this time, because of all these reasons, India had decided to, and you can see that there is not even a single statement from Ministry of External Affairs. No minister is talking. Only Prime Minister has given. It's a tightrope because Mr. Modi has a good relationship with Mr. Netanyahu. So that's a fifth point, right? And India is, of course, is emerging power. And we are part of Quad Alliance. Quad partners have all supported. Even UAE this time, I'm surprised. Even UAE has condemned terror attacks. So UAE, for a change, has taken a different route, right? And even Mohammed bin Salman, who's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, he has also not openly criticize Israel, right? So things are different because it is because of the peace talks which were taking place between all of them, which are scuttled for a moment because of this.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining all the nitty-gritties and giving us a more illustrious picture. Thank you so much.
Debanjali ma'am, you want to say something?
Sir, just a little, I want to have a query regarding this future relationship, especially the critical relationship between, there have been a lot of diplomatic, foreign bilateral trade related purpose relation between India and Canada. But with the recent issues, what is your spotlight or maybe the speculation about the India trade relations with Canada, especially in the near future, because of this recent affair?
So, like India, India hardly gives anything to Canada other than humans.
Manpower, human resource, yeah.
Yeah, human resource. Our children go and study there, so it's a huge economy. Like $3-4 billion they earn from children coming from India, and then also their farmers sends a lot of agriculture product to India. So it's a loss-loss situation for Canada, and it's a win-win situation for India. Like you saw in the case of recently when there was this death of British Britishers, British for that. Russia was put responsible for that incident. All the Five Eyes countries, that is United States of America, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, they fired Russian diplomats from their country. But in this case, in the Niger's case, nobody is taking any action. Only everybody is just shrugging off the issue. It only shows that, like Bhumika ma'am was saying, that in international politics, India is rising, and India has to take a tight rope here. But if this war goes on, let me tell you, even Mr. Modi can't be always seen on the sides of Israel. There will come a time when India will speak for Palestinians. When again, I will go back to Vigna's point, media. When media will start showing dead bodies in Gaza Strip, it would be a very tightrope for government of India to keep on supporting Israel, and things will change. You will see. So I think Gatik, I've taken too much time of your committee. You can start your committee, and taken 1 hour. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Gatik, you need to unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I'm like adding the secretariat members as co-host. With this, we will be now beginning with today's committee session. Firstly, once again, the same rule stands for everyone. Everyone must rename themselves to their country's name, followed by their own name. And you all need to turn on your cameras. So delegates, today, it was being instructed by the secretary yesterday as well. All of you need to turn on your cameras. Otherwise, we can keep giving warnings, but after one point, we may even have to cut marks for diplomacy. So please. Okay, fine. With this, firstly, I have just one question to Yeah, I have one question to the delegate of Ghana. Is the delegate of Ghana present?
Yeah.
Delegate of Ghana, did you submitted 2 working papers yesterday, right?
Oh, one of them it's supposed to be the second one. First wala I sent by mistake.
Yeah, because yeah, okay, fine. Because the first one is like the author's wrong. So
Yeah, that's why.
okay, so it is clear. So I'm deleting that one. Is that fine, right? So not the first one, only the second mail.
Yeah. I thought I deleted the mail, but then I think it
No,
might.
I mean it goes. You can't delete a mail in general.
Oh.
So it's okay. Anyways, I've deleted that. That's not a problem. With this, we have okay. Anyone has any more doubts? Raise your hands. Yes, UAE. Yes, delegate of UAE, followed by delegate of US, followed by delegate of.
I also submitted a joint statement earlier today, or it was somewhere around the night.
Yeah, I have joint statements from other people as well. That's not a problem. I'll confirm that with everyone. Give me time. I have joint statements from others, but with delegate of Ghana, the problem was that the author name was different.
Okay, sure.
So that's why I was making sure. Yes, delegate of United States.
Sir, would all the documents be read out in the committee, or like considering the amount of documents
We are already short on time, so no, we'll just send it in the WhatsApp group in some time.
And sir, is there a choice for a particular document to not be presented in the committee? Like,
yes, you can do that. It can be confidential, but you guys need to send that in the mail itself.
oh, okay.
So if you have already sent a document that you want to make confidential.
Yes, sir. I made a plan of action that would remain confidential.
Okay, we'll make sure. But from the next time, this is for everyone. If you want a document, that shouldn't be sent to the whole committee at that point, or whenever you're sending stuff. So just write in, basically type in the mail itself that the document is confidential. So then we won't share it to everyone. Yes, delegate of France.
Yes, can you please share the mail ID where we have to mail the documents in the chat?
It's there on the WhatsApp group.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is the last or second last message in the WhatsApp group, the mail ID. Yes, delegate of Albania.
So I just want to be clear, we can send the documents during the committee sessions throughout the day, right?
Yeah, you can send it anytime until we say
Okay.
that we are not taking anymore. But
So,
make
okay.
sure that you guys don't keep sending documents just for the sake of sending documents, that they should be good. Because at the end of the day, even if you submit one document that is good versus you if it is in general, I get it. We have to aggregate documents. So you need to send a certain number, 2, 3 good documents. But it's if all the documents are just increase, if one document is really good and the other documents are really bad, they're just there for the sake of it, it's just repetitive points, then it won't get marked. It would be marked 0, because for documentation, we are really strict. If the points are repetitive again and again, we would be giving out zeros. So please make sure of that. Yes, delegate of France, do you still have a doubt? Okay, seeing none. Before we start with the committee session, I would like to discuss the feedback that we received from the secretariat yesterday. The first feedback was that the committee was slow. We all know that. I mean, this is something we ourselves admitted. Yeah, we knew the committee was slow. Today we are bit behind time, but we'll be continuing with the session. I hope we are able to gain pace, right? The other feedback was regarding recognition issues. Delegates, even for us as executive board, it was we failed to understand the point of there being recognition issues, considering the fact that there had been only GSLs and one mod wherein everyone was recognized who raised their hands. Even as far as point of information goes, everyone had 1 point of information. Who all raised their hands had 1 point of information throughout the committee. So it was balanced out. So, and I said that he would be uploading the recognition sheet, but due to some reasons, so due to some reasons, we were not able to do that yesterday. So I'll be doing it right now on the group. Anyone who said that they had recognition issue, just go through the recognition sheet. I hope it solves your problem. If you still have it, you can come message me on my personal chat on Zoom or on WhatsApp, or even go to the secretariat. That's not a problem. Oh, I'll just put it on the group. Right, so this is the recognition sheet. So this has the sheet. The sheet 1 has the recognition. The sheet 2 is just lists of delegates who are present. So that's very informal. That's what Avigno is maintaining. Ahmed is maintaining. But the recognition sheet, the sheet 1 is for you guys to see. You can see. Yeah, so you can see what is going on in this sheet. One more thing. Okay, are you guys able to see the sheet? Can one of you just check and tell me, can you guys see the sheet? Yes. So if anyone has any recognition problems, or whoever said in the feedback, can go through this. If you still have problem, let us know. With this, I'm really sorry, but we have the Global Press, the editor-in-chief, Yashi Sharma from Global Press. They would be announcing the GT Awards.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Yashi Sharma, your editor-in-chief from the Global Press. I hope you're aware of e-AIMUN Times, the newspaper we curate for you to keep you up to date with the committee's proceedings. Every year, we have a ritual. We basically nominate a few of you for some informal awards. And I would request the EB to please make the winners turn the camera on and, highlight their video so we can take a good screenshot. I'll be sharing the.
I'll do. Okay.
Okay, thank
so
you.
You want me to spotlight people, right? Whoever win. Okay, fine.
Okay, I'll be sharing the results. In the meantime, does anyone want to guess who won? As in anyone who might have?
What are the awards?
Okay, read the newsletter, please. Never mind, I'm sharing the results. The delegate of Brazil has been awarded the title of Ben 10 for being a round-the-clock seeker, trailing aspirations that never gain fulfillment. GPA, do we have a screenshot? I'm sorry, ma'am.
I think we are good with this award. I've taken the screenshot.
All right. The next winner we have is delegate of USA and Malta, awarded the title of Mario and Luigi for being a supportive duo, sticking together through thick and thin like glue. Both of you, please turn on your cameras. Where's Malta? Okay, great. GP, have we taken the screenshot?
Yes, we are cool.
All right, great. Thank you so much, everyone. All the best for your conference.
Thank you.
Good evening, greetings, delegates. Before I let the EP take over, I hope the Global Press is through with their procedures. If anyone from the Global Press is present and can confirm that.
Yeah, we are done. You can continue with the committee.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so delegates, please take a note that in case anyone shares their screen, you're not allowed to make any sort of annotations on that. The EB will be keeping a strict check on it. In case any annotations are made, anything, the EB will be reporting to us and there will be dire consequences for it. It is not allowed. Please keep that in mind. Executive Board, in case anything like that happens, please let us know.
Sure.
Thank you so much. You can continue with your session.
Thank you. Okay, with this, everyone has the recognition sheet. We have discussed the feedback from yesterday. Anyone has any more questions? Otherwise, then we'll be starting off with the committee now. Just raise your hands if you have any questions. Seeing none. If anyone still wants to speak in the moderated caucus and hasn't been recognized yet, even for double recognition, like if they haven't been recognized for double recognition yet and they want to speak one more time, you can raise your hands right now. We'll be taking recognition. Okay. Ahmed, just add the delegate of Switzerland.
Yeah, done.
This is the last time we are asking for that. Otherwise, now we won't be adding anymore. So just one go. Anyone who wants to give one more speech in the moderate caucus who hasn't already been recognized twice? Seeing none, we have exactly anyways 20 speakers for this moderated caucus. Okay. So Ahmed, you can take over.
Yeah, thank you. So for the double recognition sheet of the 10 speakers, we'll be starting. The first delegate on the list is the delegate of United Arab Emirates. Abhigna, delegate of UAE.
Am I supposed to start because I'm not the first speaker?
Wait a second, let me recheck my list.
We have UK.
Apologies
have
for that.
UK.
It's the delegate of UK. The first speaker on the list is the delegate of United Kingdom.
Yes. Can I start?
Yes, delegate, you have 60 seconds on the floor.
Okay. First and foremost, the risk of accidental collisions in the East China Sea is a grave concern. China conducts operations that span multiple ADIZes, leading to multiple countries scrambling to respond. This situation can result in dangerous air congestion, and there's a real fear of inadvertent escalations. To address the challenges posed by the continuous responses to intrusions, it's crucial for nations in the region to adopt new policy guidelines. These guidelines should include predetermined budget limits specifically allocated for intercept and escort missions, ensuring a sustainable approach to security. Russia mentioned that it wants no other countries to engage in the South China Sea dispute and only wants peaceful negotiations to solve the disputes. Russia's assertion for peaceful negotiations in the South China Sea dispute is commendable, but it's essential to acknowledge that their actions do not align with this stance. Russia has itself engaged in military activities and conducted joint naval exercises with China in the disputed waters, undermining the idea of peaceful negotiations. It's important for all nations, including Russia, to demonstrate consistent behavior in promoting peace and respecting international law to resolve the South China Sea conflict. Hypocrisy in this context risks exacerbating tensions and undermining diplomatic efforts.
Delegate kindly wrap up.
Yeah, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is the delegate of United Arab Emirates.
Yes. Should I start?
Wait a second. Yeah, you have 60 seconds on the floor.
Okay. Maritime militias have existed in law and history for some time. A militia simply is supplementary force raised for the civilian population to assist the regular armed forces. The hierarchy of Chinese maritime militia existed at 3 levels. First one being the most essential one, purpose-built steel-hauled vessels, which may look like fishing vessels but don't do much fishing. These vessels also have facilities for weapons and ammunition installations throughout the region to further claim its territory and contributing their regional military presence. Part of the Chinese strategy has been to flood the South China Sea with fishing vessels to establish facts on the ground. This has led to overcapacity in the fishing fleet and may lead to incentives for some to sign up as maritime militia vessels. There also has been a question whether the vessels can switch between the status from day to day, fishing one day as a private vessel and being called to an auxiliary. Official islands are used as a forward operational basis.
Delegate, your time is over. We know you had like connection issues, right? So could you like just send your speech over WhatsApp, because in the middle you were like not audible at all.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll just look into the internet issue and I'll send you this.
But like, just send the speech to us. That's not a problem.
sure.
Just send the speech to us.
Yeah, the next delegate on the list is the delegate of China.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You have 60 seconds on the floor.
Okay, just a second. Yeah. Under the pretext of freedom of navigation operations in the United States, it keeps invading the Chinese territory. South China Sea is one of the busiest sea lanes in the world and the lifeline of China's maritime trade. Some 30% of global trade in goods, and each year about 100,000 merchant vessels transit through the South China Sea. With the joint efforts of countries in the region, including China, passage through South China Sea has been smooth and safe for a period of time, and not a single vessel has ever reported that its navigation is hindered or safety threatened in the South China Sea. The EU's allegation of freedom of navigation in the South China Sea threatened is simply untenable. South China Sea is the shared home for countries in the region. It should not be hunting field for the US to seek geopolitical interests. The United States keep bringing up the artificial islands where it maintains a massive base like Pearl Harbor on its own. The United States likes tweaking international law implications to suit itself. While France asking nations in the EU to patrol South China Sea, whenever parties like the United Kingdom have partaken in a mandate for control for a region, it has shaped 90 years of conflict like the Israel-Palestine that has brought the international community to the brink of war. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Brazil.
Delegate of China, could you also, Delegate of China, could you also send your speech over WhatsApp once?
Yes, sir.
Shall I begin?
Oh, yes, delegate. You have 60 seconds on the floor.
Now, it may be argued that despite acknowledging the need of both coastal and maritime states to extend surveillance and control beyond the territorial seas, misunderstandings regarding military activities in the disputed regions, including foreign EEZs, are bound to increase if both parties do not simultaneously take both views into account. At the same time, communication hotlines to help far-off international nations receive information of any new developments, especially in terms of artificial island building, should be there immediately, as they're vital in this step in the resolution process. Now, the delegate of France stated that international mediation efforts must take place, including neutral parties, in order to de-escalate the conflict. However, China's urge for bilateralism might require more clear information of development to spread to the international community, and proper measures which may be facilitated through track 2 dialogue to be made before the neutral parties can actually get involved. Now, Ghana also stated that recent conflicts get a step closer to the new Cold War, which will be detrimental to underdeveloped nations. But we must consider that since the underdeveloped...
Delegate, kindly wrap up your speech.
Should I finish the sentence? Because it's incomplete.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So we must consider that since these underdeveloped nations are dependent on countries like China for trade, China will not have any significant toll if the South China Sea conflict does not provide it for the resources, because they will only be affected by 0.7% of their GDP.
Delegate. Okay, thank you. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Ghana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
The militarization of the South China Sea demands careful consideration. It is not just about warships and weapons, it's about the profound implications this has on our world. This militarization escalates tensions, increasing the risk of conflict in an already volatile region. The South China Sea is a lifeline of global trade, carrying over half the world's merchant fleet tonnage. The stability of this route affects livelihoods, economies, and food security, especially for nations heavily reliant on fishing. Militarization also jeopardizes environmental diversity. The construction of artificial islands and overshipping in these disputed waters have harmed previous ecosystems. Moreover, we should be wary of the Cold War-like dynamics it might create, further fueling proxy conflicts and greatly harming African nations and other undeveloped nations in the world.
Thank you, delegate. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of United States of America.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may start.
So I'm starting in 1, 2, 3. UN clause differentiates between MSR and other marine data collection like hydrographic surveys and ISR operations. Article 19, 40, 54, 56, 87, and Part 13. Coastal states can regulate MSR in the EEZ, but the lack jurisdiction over ISR operations. ISR operations are seen as freedom of navigation and lawful seas use, allowing them in foreign EEZs without coastal state consent as per UNCLO's Article 58. China opposes FONOPS and suggests that naval ships should avoid operating in other countries' EEZ, citing UN clause legislative spirit. However, it overlooks the contradiction in its stance as its own naval ships often operate in the claimed EEZs of other nations. In July 2017, a Chinese spy ship approached Alaska's coast before a THAAD missile system test within the US EEZ. US forces permitted recognizing its right to operate there. The Chinese spy ship deployment in the US EEZ, while not illegal, underscores China's selective approach to UN clause, adhering to what benefits its interests and ignoring or interpreting inconvenient aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Mozambique.
Shall I start?
Oh, yes, delegate, you may.
China has developed an integrated information sharing system closely linked to intelligence reconnaissance and surveillance operations, primarily involving maritime military fishing vessels in the SCS. The legal categorization of these vessels is a key issue. They don't qualify as warships under Article 29 of UNCLOS, and distinguishing them from general fishing vessels is challenging due to their disguise. General fishing vessels enjoy protection under international humanitarian law, while auxiliary vessels such as the maritime military can be considered military objectives if they make an effective contribution to military actions. Article 40 of the San Remo Manual emphasizes understanding the nature, purpose, and consequences of activities in determining an object's status. China's mobilization of maritime military fishing vessels significantly enhances its ability to conduct IRS operations, as these vessels can access areas that government vessels cannot. These vessels play a critical role in collecting sensitive data, sharing it with Chinese Navy, and maintaining the Chinese government's maritime interests. This raises questions about the legal status of these vessels and the need to determine their legitimate mobilization, given their potential to raise tensions in the region. A comprehensive approach is needed. Promoting transparency in military activities and encouraging open communication among SCS claimants can reduce misunderstandings. Confidence-building measures like hotlines and supporting responsible freedom of navigation operations are vital for preventing incidents at sea. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of France.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are audible.
It is still not clear yet whether China has decided to take a more comprehensive or a risky approach to counter challenges in the South China Sea. Today, the South China Sea is not only the most critical power ground in the East Asian region, it is also a test of China's relations with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. France believes that China is covering up its violent measures in the name of oil rig diplomacy, which needs to be turned into mutual negotiations by engaging in talks with the ASEAN and settling disputes peacefully. At this moment, China may need a particular boost from international opinions. France also would like to emphasize upon economic and environmental implications of the military act, since the South China Sea is one of the most important economic and environmental regions in the world, as more than half of the world's fishing vessels are in the South China Sea, and millions of people depend on these waters for their food and livelihoods, thus affecting trade worth $1 trillion annually. We urge China to respect the sovereignty of neighboring countries and to refrain from any further military action in the region. Furthermore, France supports the efforts of our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific region to deter China's aggressive behavior. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, delegate. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Japan.
Am I audible?
Oh, yes, delegate, you are audible.
The South China Sea issues revolves around territorial resources and strategic positioning. There is an increase in the militarization of disputed area. It involves the construction of military installations on artificial islands and reefs. These installations are equipped with advanced weapons and surveillance systems, effectively transforming the region into a dangerous place. It heightens the risk of accidental clashes between military forces, increases the potential for conflicts, and threatens the freedom of navigation through one of the world's busiest maritime routes. It also affects the local marine environment and the global trade and economic stability. Negotiations and establishing a binding comprehensive code of conduct in South China Sea is important. It can be agreement which would set rules and guidelines for behavior in the region and could help prevent conflicts. There should be a collective security arrangement to maintain stability and security in this region. Japan strongly hopes that the parties' compliance will lead to peaceful settlement of disputes in South China Sea, upholding all reinforcing the free and open international order based
Delegate, your
on the
time
rule
has
of law
elapsed.
will be
Kindly
benefit
wrap
of
up.
all countries. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, delegate. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Switzerland.
All right. Switzerland is deeply concerned about the militarization of disputed area in the South China Sea. The militarization of the region has increased the risk of conflict, destabilized the region, and had a negative impact on the environment. As of right now, the Israel and Hamas conflict is ongoing, so implementing militarization would only make it worse and could lead to world conflict. Switzerland also believes that the claimant states should establish a code of conduct for military activities in the disputed area. This would help to reduce the risk of accident and miscalculations. Switzerland is prepared to assist the claimant states in their effort to reduce the militarization of the South China Sea. Switzerland has a long history of peace building and conflict resolution, and it has expertise in areas such as armed control and conflict building measure. Switzerland believes that it is the interest of all the claimant states to reduce the militarization of the South China Sea. The militarization of the region is a threat to peace and security to the region and the world. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. With this, we have also completed our second double recognition for the small talk
Ahmed,
one.
I just need 1 minute. I need a few things. I have received the speech from delegate of China. I've received the speech from delegate of UAE. I need the speech from delegate of France as well on my WhatsApp. Could you do that? Delegate of France?
Yes.
Okay. So just send me your speech on WhatsApp. That's fine. With this, we have elapsed with our first moderator caucus. This was really good. This debate was actually good. Like today, the points were there. I mean, you all took different points, but at least in the end, you criticized each other's narratives and points, right? Arguments. So this was good. Like this was really good. With this, as Ahmed said, we will be moving on to the GSL, wherein the rules for the PY is the same as yesterday. A compulsory PY for every a compulsory PY after every speech, plus the time that is there. Okay. So yes, Ahmed, you can continue with it.
Yeah, cool. So we'll be continuing with the general speakers list. So the last general speaker that we had taken was Ghana, and we will now be continuing with the delegate of Brazil for the general speakers list.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, cool. I'll bring on the timer. Yes, delegate. You may start. You have 90 seconds on the floor.
1 second. This is the delegate of
Brazil.
Brazil.
Okay. Yes, delegate, you may.
The proclamation of authority over the South China Sea is a legal and historical analysis. Despite strongly opposing any and all claims that are in violation of the UN clause, Brazil does not take sides on rival sovereignty claims. We aim to highlight the humongous clash of national identities in search for security that has dominated security discourses about East Asia in general and the South China Sea in particular. With regard to marine claims, lawful uses of maritime areas such as freedom of navigation and overflight to the international community and peaceful resolution of conflicts of militarization without triggering a maritime war are the need of the hour. It is given that the law of the Sea Convention does not provide for a binding arbitration process to settle disputes over conflicting exclusive economic zone claims deriving before and from the convention. It must also be recognized that its prattlers demand an economic solution more than a military or political one. The need for future energy resources to continue economic development in the region surpasses the military or political value of possessing the islands. Like China's need for foreign technology and capital in order to continue its economic boom will temper its aggressiveness and may be the reason for it to settle for a solution less politically acceptable than it would prefer. We must understand that an economic solution considering the lawful use of available natural resources must be given priority over the desire to military or politically control the islands. Thank you. Chair, I think you have to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Delegate, you have around 6 seconds left on the timer. How do you want to yield your time to?
I yield my time to BOIs.
Okay, delegate. Delegates, I'll be recognizing 2 POIs for the delegate of Brazil, delegate of China, followed by delegate of USA.
I had a point of order.
Yeah, delegate.
The delegate of Brazil stated, quote, the UNCLOS has no binding contract for conflict resolution. I believe that's what you said, right?
Brazil, could you please clarify?
No, I did not say that it does not have any binding arbitration
Delegate,
for
could you like
conflict.
repeat your exact statement?
Yeah.
Just the exact
Okay.
statement, whatever you said in the speech.
Okay. It is given that the law of the sea convention does not provide for a binding arbitration process to settle disputes over unlawful claims about conflicting exclusive economic zone deriving before and from the convention.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
Yeah. So
your delegate of Ghana, your point of order in a proper format. Say
point
that
of
again.
order,
Start. Yeah.
quote, the delegate of Brazil stated, quote, the UNCLOS does not provide a binding agreement for resolution. I don't remember exactly, unquote. However, the UNCLOS does provide one in Article 287. It provides multiple options which are binding. One of them being the International Court of Justice, which must be which according to Article, I believe, 92 of the UN Charter.
Could you repeat the article of the UNCLOS?
1 second, let me just check. Article 287.
Give me a second.
If you in Article 287 Part B, if you ICJ, you can, most of these are binding. They go into the detail in further articles. For ICJ, Article 92, I believe, I'm not sure, I need to check that, of the UN Charter ensures that any verdict of the ICJ should be followed, and other.
Yeah, the ICJ thing is clear. That is
Yeah,
fine.
and there's in fine print there.
I got it. UNCLOS Article 287, right? Choice of procedure.
Yeah.
Okay, compulsory procedures. Give me a second.
The point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Sir, but according to Article 298, there are exceptions to that. Article 298 Part 5.
Delegate, that is not a point of personal privilege. Firstly, then let me go through the point. Let me be clear. That's not a problem. Let me just be clear. I don't want to be, I want to be sure, right? So let me just go through the point. I'll let you guys know. Give us like 2 minutes. I'm telling you, the only problem with points of order is that it's going to take time if you want. And this is a very like point of order on like very much on the line. It can be in order, it can be out of order as well. So that's why we need time. Yes, delegate of China. To what point? Delegate of United States is still a point.
That was to the POS, sorry.
Okay, POS have been recognized, right, Ahmad?
Yes, yeah. Delegate of China and delegate of US has been recognized.
Okay, fine. So and we only had time for 2 POIs, so that is fine.
Yeah.
We'll just go through the point of order now. Give me a minute. The delegate of Brazil, could you like send that exact sentence where you started till the end, like that which contains that point? Could you repeat that?
You want me to verbally repeat it, right?
Yeah.
It is given that the law of the sea convention does not provide for a binding arbitration process to settle disputes over unlawful claims about conflicting exclusive economic zones deriving before and from the convention.
Okay. So the only reason that I would like to rule this point out of order in general, delegate of Ghana, the point being She said that it is given that it does not have binding claims, right? So the only problem with UNCLOS is, although it does have binding procedures, but then there are equal number of exceptions present there. Now, we don't know what she meant by what she meant by the term as such, that it is not binding. Like, it may be that she believes that the exceptions that are there make it non-binding.
Okay.
Like, if you have any point to this, you can say that. I don't mind.
I mean, I have been through the exceptions. Like, I could summarize it. It's the exceptions do not include anything like that is related to the case of China. So I don't think the exceptions would count here.
The thing is, the problem is she didn't mention China in that point, right? She just talked about UNCLOS in general, how it doesn't have binding conflict resolution doesn't have binding binding procedures for conflict resolution. That's what her point was, right? Now, although there are binding procedures, but there are equal number of limitations and exceptions present there.
Okay.
So the thing is, even if I rule it in your favor, your point is against her belief. I'm telling you, had she stated that there are no compulsory procedures, had she said that there are no compulsory procedures that the UNCLOS gives, binding procedures that the UNCLOS has for conflict resolution, which is false because it has position. But she said it is given. So as soon as she says it is given, right? So it means that it can be interpreted. That's what given means, right? So as soon as she said that, it becomes a point of personal belief. So her belief may even be that the limitations and exceptions that are available are like the limitations that exceptions that are available make it non-binding. Make it non-binding. That might be her belief. So I can't really rule it because that's why I made her repeat the statement again and again. As soon as she said it is given, it doesn't mean that she's stating. It means that she's saying on interpretation. It means because that's what the word means. But the point was really good. Like, I mean, this won't be a point of order in general, but yeah, we will note down this point as a point of information. This is a good point, no doubt. This is fine. The point was good, but this is a very personal belief, point of personal belief. Like, this is very close by, so that's why we'll note down this as a point of information. That is not a problem. Ahmed, you could add this in the recognition as a point of information.
Cool. Are we doing that? That's a delegate of Ghana.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, may I continue?
Or just give me a second.
Yeah.
Yes, you can take more speakers. Like, sorry, you can continue with the point of information.
Yeah. So first, we had recognized two POIs. First is the delegate of China, followed by the delegate of United States of America.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah.
All right. The delegate of Brazil stated in this speech that military conflicts is not viable for South China Sea. United States and Brazil are allies. So
Delegate,
is
your voice is
Brazil
not audible.
agreeing with the fact that China?
Ahmed, is it the same for? Yeah, it is the same.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
Delegate, your voice is not audible. It's cracking. Kindly repeat your question.
Am I audible right now?
It's still cracking, but better try it.
Just 1 second. Is it audible now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah. The delegate of Brazil stated in this speech that militarization is not an effective solution. So, considering that United States and Brazil are allies, is Brazil on terms with saying that foreign intervention into the sovereign territory of China by states like the United States is inciting conflict?
Okay, delegate, firstly, thank you for the question. the delegate of Brazil never stated that we must not look at a solution with regards to the military aspect of it. The delegate stated that the economic aspect takes priority for the Spratless Islands over the military or political aspects. Secondly, about it being an ally of the United States, Brazil made it very clear that it does not take any stance on different parties coming together to make claims in the South China Sea. However, it does believe that the international community must now cooperate and get together to actually find a solution to this conflict.
Just to be clear, would the delegate of China repeat his POI once again?
Yes, the POI was Brazil and the United States being allies. Is Brazil with Brazil saying that military intervention is one of the is not a viable solution? Is Brazil recognizing that foreign intervention from parties like the United States into the sovereign territory of China as being an inciting cause of conflict?
Just to be clear, you said Brazil saying that military interventions, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
Brazil saying military interventions and ahead.
Yes.
Okay, then fine. Ahmed, we can go to the next POI.
Yeah, the next delegate is the United States of America.
Yeah. Delegate, considering that in your answer as well and in your speech as well, you mentioned that economic aspects in your solution is mentioned that economic aspects take priority over the military part of the problem. But considering that economic solution, the solution to any economic problem would be dealt with cooperation among all the parties. Hence, solving military dispute there and claims there would prioritize as compared to the economic aspect, so that economic aspect actually fundamentally gets implemented. So how would you like to comment on that?
Okay, thank you, delegate. Now, the delegate of Brazil does understand the point that dealing with any economic problem or economic conflict would include all the regional parties coming together. However, I would, as I also stressed upon in my statement, now the economic solutions must take priority over the desire to possess the islands. Now, if we are making an economic solution to the conflicts and all the regional parties come together, they need to suppress their desires and their claims before they actually turn this into a political kind of discussion and then deliberate on what to do about the future energy resources.
Thank you.
Yeah, so delegate, the next speaker for the general speakers list is the delegate of Switzerland.
Yep.
Delegate, you have 90 seconds on the floor. You may start.
Greetings, honorable chairs and distinguished delegates. The delegates of Switzerland calls upon the state's attention on the issue of expansionism and territorial dispute on the South China Sea. The problem of expansionism on the South China Sea has gotten so much attention as well as worries to the world. South China Sea dispute is a complex and long-standing conflict involving several countries, as Switzerland a major exporter of pharmaceutical so any disruption could affect the pharmaceutical industry in Switzerland. Moreover, this expansionism of the South China Sea could possibly increase trade tensions between China and other countries. In 2015, Switzerland has offered to mediate in the South China Sea and still remain and willing to mediate in the South China Sea in order for China to stop this. Our delegation now urges all the member states to take upon the missions in order to continue with peace and better future. This delegate is looking forward to a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Okay, so delegate, you have around 20 seconds left on the timer. We would be taking around 4 to 5 POIs.
Three. Ahmed, three.
3, okay, cool. We'll be taking 3 POIs.
Delegates all at once. So even there are three POIs,
Yeah.
right? Once we recognize, we're just going to recognize in one go. So no more POIs will be asked later.
So delegates at once raise your hands for if you're asking a POI. Okay, then POI is only from UAE, delegate of China, Malta. The only three. Yeah.
I had a parliamentary inquiry. Could you please repeat the main points of his speech?
Delegate, that's no, wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, delegate. Sorry to interrupt. Delegate, that's not possible. Is the delegate to delegate chat on Zoom open or no?
I don't think so.
If not, then just
it's open. Yeah.
It is open, delegate to delegate.
Yeah.
Okay, so ask over chat because we can't ask the delegate to repeat his whole speech. It's all the main points are almost repeating the whole speech, so that's not possible.
Okay, so can you just if it's a point of personal privilege, can you just repeat the point about 2015? Something he said about that. I missed that.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. So Switzerland has offered to has offered China to stop the expansionism on the South China Sea and make it come to peace, meaning that militarization shouldn't be used in terms of this problem and issue.
Okay, that's. I'm still raising my hand for the recognition. I'm
No,
still
okay,
recognized for the
that's fine.
POI.
Sorry, that's fine. Wait, we made a procedural mistake. Ahmed, we made a slight procedural mistake. Delegate of Switzerland, what do you yield your time to?
POI, points of information.
Then it's fine. Okay.
So delegates, kindly raise your hand for the POIs. I bring 3 POIs. It's the delegate of UAE, followed by the delegate of China, followed by the delegate of Malta. So UAE, you may ask your POI.
The delegate of Switzerland stated that in 2015 also, and it's asking China for more diplomatic talks to peace because it wants peace at the end. But seeing the very bright history of China and its disputes with other countries, do you think that it would just would it just say okay if you ask them to stop the expansion and all? Would they just be like, okay, I'll stop it, if that's the correct way I'm stating it?
Chair, can you tell the delegates of UAE to repeat her POIs again?
Delegate of UAE, just rephrase your POI into one line and just ask the question.
The delegate of Switzerland stated that back in 2015 also, they asked China to stop the expansion. But seeing the bright history of China and its disputes, do you think that China would simply stop the expansion if you ask them to?
Oh, so about the expansionism on the South China Sea may be a huge conflict, but Switzerland is willing to mediate in the South China Sea and will be remain until China stops. Although China may have a bright future and on the expansionism on the South China Sea, but then as of right now, there is no other alternative solutions in solving so, since there are much more world conflict that is ongoing right now, which having another alternative solution such as using militarization could possibly create more problem to the world. So right now, Switzerland still remains to mediate on the issues.
That's fine, delegate.
That's fine, delegate. Thank you. So the next POI was from the delegate of China. Yes, delegate.
Yes. The Switzerland, when the ex-foreign minister Didier Burkhalter offered to mediate peaceful relations and bilateral talks between, China and the parties involved in the conflict. Switzerland having very close relations with countries of the European Union and US, and recently France remarks to asking the European Union to patrol the South China Sea territory will can Switzerland assure the the parties involved that there won't be a certain bias towards annexation and profiting bias from those countries that want to involve themselves in the regional territory of China? Thank you.
Here, can you tell the delegates of China to rephrase its points of information
Yeah,
in
Delegate.
one sentence?
Delegate of China kindly like rephrase it in a very specific manner for better understanding for the delegate of Switzerland.
Yeah. The then foreign minister Didier Burkhalter of Switzerland said that it wants to act as a mediating party in the South China Sea conflict. So Switzerland, having very close ties to the European Union and US as a prominent ally of these, and France recently asking the European Union to patrol the sovereign territory of China, the South China Sea, will it assure the involved parties that this will not incite more conflict and derive more profitable motives that those Western parties can have?
So regarding this problem, the delegation of Switzerland ensures that continuing to mediate is only the best options as of right now, since there's more, as mentioned, there's more conflict ongoing in the world right now. So so in terms of another world conflict or problems, Switzerland can ensure that this won't happen.
Cool, delegate. The next delegate of in the POI list is the delegate of Malta. Delegate of Malta.
Yeah. It is in the delegate of Malta's belief that the constitution legislation of Switzerland's government has always retained a pose and nature of neutrality, not signing with any specific country. So wouldn't the delegate of Switzerland agree that his aggregatory stance towards China and picking a side and wanting China to do this contradicts your foreign policy?
All right, thank you, delegates of Malta. But the main problem right now isn't the expansionism. So, however, contradicting its foreign policy would, yes, of course, affects. But as of right now, Switzerland is trying to do the best for the world and its country. And as every delegate knows that Switzerland has a long history of peace building and conflict resolution. So the delegates of Switzerland ensure that this will be the safest way.
Okay, delegate. So the next speaker on the general speaker list is the delegate of China. Avigna. Give me a sec. Yeah.
All
Is
right.
the timer visible to you guys?
3, 2, 1. China was the first to discover. No, it's not. It wasn't. Can you just please? Should I just restart?
Yeah. You can restart now.
All right. Starting 3, 2, 1. China was the first to discover and name the islands and related waters. China is also the first to develop and exercise effective jurisdiction over them. When France intruded into some islands and reefs of Nansha in 1933, the Chinese government made solemn representations with the French. The islands were illegally occupied by Japan during the Second World War. They were returned to China after the war, after the Potsdam and Cairo Declaration. China released the dotted lines in 1948. For a long time, there was no dispute from any other country. In the 1970s, oil and gas were found in the South China Sea. Then some countries began to make territorial claims. When UN clause was adopted in the 1980s, countries in the region found their maritime claims overlapping with each other. If you review the history, you could find that China's claims are based on solid historical and legal foundation. China has indisputable sovereignty over these islands and their adjacent waters. Since the 1980s, China has been promoting the idea of joint development with shelving of the disputes. But we have never forced it on any country. The United States' old obsession with oil reserves is quite evident through agreements like Red Line Agreement of 1928 and how it has used these propaganda to fulfill its interests. The committee keeps quoting the 2016 arbitral ruling, but under paragraph 8 of the preamble, it makes it clear that matters not regulated by the convention continue to be governed by the rules and principles of general international law. South China Sea arbitration violated the principle of state consent, and the arbitral tribunal exercised its jurisdiction ultra vires and rendered an award in disregard of law. The arbitration has major fallacies in fact-finding and application of law and violates UN clause and international law. China does not accept or participate in the arbitration, nor does it accept or recognize the award. By interfering in the South China Sea, the US is trying to hijack regional countries. It tries to undermine and divide China and Asian countries, forcing them to take sides. A troubled South China Sea only serves the interests of the United States and its global agenda, while countries in the region have to bear the cost.
Delegate, that's
It clearly
it. That's
shows
it. Your 20 delegates. That's it.
Yeah, US has become the biggest threat to peace in the South China Sea and the entire region. Thank you.
Delegate, you just have one. Sorry. What do you like? You don't have time left. Are you willing to take points of informations?
Yes.
Before that,
Yeah.
delegates, are there any points of personal privilege? Yes, delegate of UAE followed by delegate of Ghana.
It was for a POI. I didn't know
Delegate
that.
raise your hand later. Or yes, delegate of Ghana.
Could the delegate of China please send me some of the sources he used for this speech?
Delegate, that's not a point of personal privilege.
Then how do I ask?
That is informal. It depends on the delegate of China if he wishes to share the sources or not. So that is a delegate to delegate conversation. We can't be a party to it. All right. And also it's up to him if he wishes to share so or not. Yes, delegate of Mozambique, what point?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Could the delegate please repeat the line about the historical claim, that exact line?
Delegate of China.
Historical claim.
You said that China's claims are based on proved historical facts, that line.
Okay. For a long time, there was no if you review the history, you would find that China's claims are based on solid historical and legal foundation. China has indisputable sovereignty over these islands and their adjacent waters.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, delegate of Japan. Okay, sorry. Any okay. Delegate of Mozambique, do you still have a point?
Cool.
Okay. Seeing none, are there any points of orders on the floor? Yes, delegate of United States, followed by Malta, followed by UAE. Points of order, sorry. Yes, delegate of United States, followed by delegate of Malta.
Sir, you said points on the floor, so I thought points on.
I said points of orders.
Sorry.
Oh, if it's orders, then I was looking for points of information.
Okay. Wait for that. Are there any points of information on the floor? Ahmed?
Yeah. So I guess I'll be taking only one POI because the time had already elapsed. The delegate of United Kingdom.
Yes. So my question is, China talked about having joint development, like it inviting joint countries, the coastal countries in the disputed regions for joint development, but seeing the recent intrusions into the Paracel Islands and no cooperation with Vietnam for having a cooperation over the islands or having a shared joint development program. What do you have to say about your Hippocratic statement that one, you're allowing countries to be a part, to take a part with you for joint development, and other, not giving countries enough cooperation to work with you as well?
I
Delegate, if you are speaking, you are not audible.
am I audible right now, sir?
Yes, sir, you're not audible.
Yeah, I had a slight net issue. Can the delegate of United Kingdom kindly repeat their point?
Okay. My question was that one, you stated that you had not forced any country, but you have shown cooperation for a joint development program in the near seas. But seeing the recent intrusions into the Paracel Islands for Vietnam, there haven't been any cooperation by the Chinese side over the disputed islands. So isn't that kind of hypocritical of you to say that you are actually extending a hand when you are actually not doing so?
Should I answer this, Chair?
Yes, delegate.
China, the delegate of China finds her statement to be not relevant at all, as when the newly independent North Vietnam was formed, the map is supposedly had 11 dashes. China gave a concession to the newly independent North Vietnam by removing dashes in the Gulf of Tonkin. So China has been quite cooperative since the beginning of history in
Delegate, you are
addressing
not,
river
delegate,
problem,
you're
but due to
not
its
audible.
own
Delegate, you
national.
are not audible. Your voice is breaking for everyone, I guess. Or is that same for everyone? Is everyone
Yeah,
having?
it's cracking.
Yeah, it's
Delegate of
cracking.
China, kindly repeat your answer to the POI.
Is it audible right now?
It's still cracking, delegate.
It's still.
Just give me one.
Delegate of China, send the answer via text. Send it to us, send it to the delegate.
Is it audible right now, sir? If not, I will send it via text.
You can try. If it isn't, just send it via
Yeah.
send it to
Okay.
us over text.
Okay. As posed by the question of the delegate of United Kingdom, delegate of China finds the question to be irrelevant as China gave a concession to the newly independent North Vietnam by removing 2 dashes in the Gulf of Tonkin when the map was previously of 11 dashes. Similarly, China has been quite cooperative with the neighboring parties in the region, and due to its self-interest of national security, it makes its policies as such and is cooperative under those restrictions.
Plea to follow up.
Denied delegate. Plea to follow-ups are only if he didn't answer a question at all. Right? But the delegate answered a question. Now he answered according to his way. He didn't he can obviously turn the answer around. That's not a problem. But if he didn't understand the question at all, then it is a plea to follow up. Otherwise, no.
Okay.
Apart from that, okay, with this, we will be looking for any motions on the floor. Delegates, are there any motions on the floor?
Yeah, delegates. So I'll be recognizing delegates for the motions, starting with the delegate of France, followed by the delegate of China, followed by the delegate of USA, followed by the delegate of UK. Give me a second, guys. France, China, USA, UK. Yes, delegates. So I'll be re-recognizing the delegates because there's some internet issue. Delegates. The delegate of the motions for the delegate of Philippines, followed by the delegate of Mozambique, followed by the delegate of Ghana. Yeah, three I'll be taking right now. So delegate of Philippines.
All the other delegates, please lower down your hands.
Ghana. So delegate of Philippines, you can start pressing your motion. Delegate of Philippines. I guess there is some internet issue. Gatik, should I move forward to the next speaker?
You can do that. If the delegate returns, take the motion at the end. If the delegate doesn't return, then remove it from the recognition.
Cool. Followed, the next is the delegate of Mozambique.
Delegate of Mozambique would like to suspend formal debate and move into a moderated caucus on the topic. Discussion on the economic and ecological impact of the South China Sea claimant states, for the total time being 20 minutes and individual speaker time being 90 seconds.
Okay, delegate. So I'll be repeating your motion. Discussion on the economic impacts of. Could you please repeat after that?
On the economic and ecological impact.
Okay, economic and ecological impacts of
the South China Sea conflicts and claims.
Good. And the total time being
20 minutes.
And each speaker's time being 60 seconds, I guess.
90 seconds.
Delegate, that motion is out of order, considering the fact that we are trying to go with ROP, so that this motion is technically out of order because the total time is not divisible by individual speakers' time. So the total time needs to be divisible by individual speakers' time. Yes, you can change it right now.
So the total time being 30 minutes and individual speakers' time being 90 seconds.
Okay, that motion is in order.
Okay, cool.
Next, we had the motion from?
Next, we had the motion from Ghana.
We'll take the delegate of, yes, delegate of China, to what point?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
I had a slight net issue. Can the executive board kindly?
We'll put that in the chat. We'll repeat the motion before we go for voting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So delegate of Ghana. Delegate of
Ghana would like to raise a moderate motion for a moderated caucus on the topic discussion of legalities of claims of coastal states in the South China Sea. Each speaker's time being 90 seconds and total time being 30 seconds.
Okay. Delegates, for further future events, I would like request you guys to because we have to note down your moderated caucus agenda. So in a bit slow manner, kindly repeat: discussion of legalities
of claims by coastal states in the South China Sea.
By coastal states in the South China Sea. Cool. Total time?
30 minutes and 90 seconds.
Yeah. So we'd be voting, moving into procedural vote. Cool. For the delegate of Mozambique, with the agenda discussion on the economic and ecological impacts of the South China Sea conflicts and claims, with the total time being 30 minutes and each speaker's time being 90 seconds. So guys, again, I'm repeating, this is a procedural vote. Everyone has to vote. So now I would be recognizing, raise your hands, delegates, raise your hands.
Ahmed, we took 3 motions, right? We recognized
the first one was not present.
Okay. Is the delegate of Philippines now present?
I
Uh,
guess there is.
okay, fine. So take one more motion. Let's
Cool.
take three.
Oh, let me see. Hands. Delegate of France.
May I start?
Oh, yes.
The delegate of France would like to suspend formal debate and enter into a moderated caucus on the topic discussion on the economic and ecological impact of the South China Sea by claimant states, for each speaker's time being 90 seconds and total time being 30 minutes.
Delegates, that's regarding that's the same agenda as that of Mozambique.
Yeah, but I was recognized at first and not given a chance then.
That's not a delegate, because for us there was a slight discrepancy. We resolved that. The recognition sheet is anyway maintained the same.
Okay.
So your raising a motion or having the same motion won't have a effect on your marking or neither your recognition. If you have the same motion, we won't. Ideally, if you have the same motion, you don't need to be recognized again. I mean, you shouldn't raise your hand or withdraw your motion saying that you already have the motion. You already second the motion by this or third delegate, whoever had the same motion. But even if you do, because this was the first time, we'll not count your recognition.
Okay.
Are there any other different motions on the floor?
Yeah, delegates. Different motions from the above two that we have recognized. Yes, delegate of United Kingdom.
The delegate of United Kingdom would like to suspend formal debate and move into an unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes.
Okay, delegate. Now we'd be voting, having a procedural vote for the delegate of.
Ahmed, we would be going by order of disruption.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm really sorry. We'll be going by the order of precedence. So the delegate of Mozambique. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's it. The delegate of Mozambique. The agenda deliberation upon the discussion on the economic and ecological impacts of the South China Sea conflicts and claims, with the total time being 30 minutes and each speaker's time being 90 seconds. All those delegates who are in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. Avigna, I guess you took the attendance. What is a simple majority stand?
It is at 9. It is at 9 today.
Okay.
All
All those who are against, because that's important. Okay. I guess the hands are fluctuating for me. I'm saying again, all those delegates who are in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. Cool. The motion clearly passes. We have now entered into a moderated caucus, with the agenda being discussion on the economic and ecological impacts of the South China Sea conflicts and claims, with the total time being 30 minutes and each speaker's time being 90 seconds. To what point a delegate of United Kingdom?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Will we be having points of information on this moderated caucus?
Yes, delegate. We would be having points of information for this moderated caucus.
Delegate of United States. What point?
I guess that would. Yeah.
Okay. Give me a minute. Before we start with this moderated caucus, Ahmed, we haven't recognized speakers yet, right?
Yeah, we haven't.
Okay, just recognize the speakers first. Then we.
So I'd be recognizing.
I want to raise a point.
What's the portfolio delegate?
Mozambique.
Yes, delegate to what point?
Or personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Since I raised the motion, can I be the first speaker?
Okay, delegate. Mozambique being the first speaker, and now I'd be recognizing delegates for the moderated caucus. Mozambique, followed by the delegate of Albania, followed by the delegate of United Kingdom, followed by the delegate of France, followed by the delegate of China, followed by the delegate of Brazil, followed by the delegate of Ghana, followed by the delegate of USA, followed by the delegate of UAE. Mozambique, you have already been recognized. Kindly lower down your hand, followed by the delegate of Japan. So we have 4, 3, 7, 10 speakers in the list. I'll be posting this list. Give me a second on the Zoom chat. Give me a second. Yeah. So delegates, just make clear that we will be starting now with the moderated caucus 2 of our committee. And the first speaker on the list is the delegate of Mozambique.
Sorry, Ahmed, wait for a minute. Delegates, by the EB's discretion, we need a 5-minute, like we need to discuss something. So the committee session is like in a break for 5 minutes. That's it. It's not an official break from the secretary. So it's a 5-minute break. You guys can have a break, but you can't leave the meeting. It's only 5 minutes. Me and the rest 2 EBs need to discuss something. So you guys have a break for that time, but don't leave the meeting. If you want, you can even, if you want, you can even use this as an unofficial unmod. The break, you can use it as an unmod to discuss what you want to do further.
Okay.
Decided. It is
I,
decided.
I think it's already decided that after the moderated caucus, we'll have the legalities one.
Legalities mod, yes.
Legalities
After this, we'll have legalities, and if we have any time, we'll move on to the third.
Brazil, UK is trying to speak. UK is trying to speak. Speak, yeah, UK speak.
I'm just saying कि like I'm repeating whatever we all think जो होने वाला है. Please एक बारी बता देना ये है कि नहीं. सबसे पहले we'll do the economic and ecological impact.
So I think
we'll first do this moderated caucus implications of economical and ecological impact. Then after that we'll do the one on the legalities.
Yeah.
Is that fine? Like is is this what everybody
is
thinking?
agreed. It is.
The 3 unmod topics had already been discussed. First was ecological and economic, that was raised by the delegate of Mozambique right now. Then there is legalities, and
And
then
if
there is
time permits, we have another one also.
I just want to know from every delegate, just a random question: are we looking forward to a double recognition in this mod?
No, I don't think we should do that. We don't.
But considering there are 20
Okay, let's just do a raise of hands. Whoever wants a double.
Let's just see how many people want a double recognition. Let's just vote for it.
Raise your hand.
Just raise your hand.
Delegates list, and there are 10 speakers who are recognized and 20 speakers spaces. There obviously a double recognition would be
but if no one wants to do a double
yeah.
recognition, then you cannot, do a double
Then we
recognition.
have
It's
to
already
exhaust the
90
moderated
seconds.
caucus.
So I don't
If
think
all of us
delegate
speak
time
at once,
90
nothing
seconds
will
and double
be. Just one
not
second,
needed.
guys. If all of us speak
Everyone
at once,
who
nothing will
wants a
come out.
double recognition, please raise your hand.
Delegate of Ghana, just 1 second. Just 1 second. If all of us speak at once and the same thing, nothing will come out of
Before
it.
we move on
So,
to this informal voting, I would like to
UA, your voice is cracking. So
Your
could you
voice
please
is
check your
clearly
internet
lacking.
first?
This is chaos.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly. This is absolute chaos. No one will understand anything what you're trying to say. And we have a limited time frame. So just if anyone wants to say anything, just raise your hand. Let the delegate of USA, please.
Okay, wait. First, can we just do a vote? Like everyone who wants to do a
I
double
just have a
recognition.
simple question. Considering 20, there is space for 20 speakers and 10
Yeah.
speakers are recognized. Obviously, you would have double recognition. I mean, you have to exhaust the
do we
United
want to?
States.
Okay, I have a simple answer for a simple question. Basically, if no one wants to do a double recognition and already seeing that 90 seconds are given for
Last
the
time we
speech.
wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. So 90
it's gonna
seconds,
be
they are not
repeating
going
the
to
same
give
thing. We
another
should
90
move on to new
seconds
topics.
either way. And then mostly
Exactly.
people are not willing to, do a double recognition. It's only, I think,
Then they'll move
USA
on
and
to
one of
another mod.
So
They
rather
won't
than
waste time on the
discussing it
same mod.
among,
depends upon a
if only
person's
four
personal
just
We can
preference.
discuss a new topic in
Wait, hold on,
fact.
one by one.
You can just
Exactly.
United States.
Realities
Guys,
topic.
one second. United States, I understand your point that we have space for 10 more speakers, so double recognition can be there. But provided that if a lot of speakers do not want to get double recognition, then the committee, we don't have to waste time on the same mod. We just raise a motion for the second mod. That's why we want to vote here.
Delegates, if you
Delegates,
don't
just a
want
second.
double recognition, then
Delegates,
don't
just
don't
one
discuss
Delegate of
second.
USA,
Hold
can I
on.
just speak?
Delegate,
One by
just
one,
one.
please.
Wait, UAE तब से बोलना
Exactly.
सारी है, UAE को
I
बोलना.
have been listening for the past
Before we forget the main
20
thing,
minutes. nothing is
UNSC
clear.
is a semi-conventional committee. We might get a crisis.
Exactly.
So before you
would
think
be
that we'll
wasting
move on
time,
with
dude. It would
another
honestly be
moderated
wasting time.
caucus, it's a semi-conventional committee.
So exactly. So if we waste the same amount of time on one more topic, then crisis, it might be that crisis aa jaye and then we won't be able to discuss another topic.
Exactly.
Because there are only 10 speakers over here, they might give a
See,
crisis
guys,
just after the
what you guys are
moderated
doing
caucus
right now
done.
is
You're
saying the
presuming,
same.
bhai, it
You guys
doesn't
are
matter.
saying the same thing again and again, and nothing is coming out. Let's just have a vote. If it passes, that's what the committee wants. If it's not, then we cannot move according to the motives of one particular delegate.
The delegate of
Alright.
China, the thing is, see, we have around 10 speakers right now. Just after the moderated caucus said, there might be a chance that the EB gives us the crisis right after that because we are very
Delegate, I am not questioning anything you guys have said. I am okay with whatever happens, what the committee wants. Let's just have a vote. Whatever comes out of it, we'll go according to that.
Okay.
Crisis is not individual to
Delegates.
suggestion of a delegate. It's the executive votes will. We'll just
China,
do what the delegate
we
wants.
get your point. Delegates, whoever wants a double recognition in this mod, just raise your hands right now.
Hi, exactly.
How would you stop somebody from not getting double recognition? That's my question.
See, United States, we're not
We're all
stopping
gonna
anyone
collectively
from
denounce
double
you, man.
recognition. 1 second. We're not stopping anyone from double recognition, but we're just saying that if not a lot of people actually want double recognition, then there's no point just let's just exhaust this mod and go on to another one. UAE just stated there is possibility of crisis. So if a crisis comes in between, like just after this mod ends, then we'll not be able to discuss the other topics, right? So let's just quickly go over the moderate caucus since there is a probability of a crisis. That's all that we want to say.
The committee is slow enough already as is.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
At
Why
least
to
we
waste
should
time
be
on
able
the same
to cover
topic?
2 more mod topics today before the crisis.
Exactly.
exactly.
Okay, guys, just one thing. Let's have a simple vote. That's all I'm trying to say. Rather than just discussing the same thing for the
That's what we were doing,
that we
China.
have.
We just
That is
voted,
what we were
there
doing.
are only
What I'm trying to say is all those who are against, just raise your hand once and we'll not go over this again. If that's what you guys want, sure. Because I have no idea how you guys are going to prevent a double recall. That's basically procedure, but fine.
That's not in our hands, but we can know how the committee wants to flow.
Dude,
Sure.
you're just wasting time.
I'm trying to say, but
No, China.
it's just a valid point that
Listen, you're wasting time. That's all we're doing here by doing a double recall. We already have wasted enough time. An entire day was wasted on a single agenda.
We saw the votes. 5 votes are in against. Now tell me.
Dude, there's 10 people speaking. There's 10 people speaking. 5 are against.
No,
So-
not 5 are against.
Exactly,
There
the
were at least
motion
7.
didn't
I
pass.
saw, bro. USA, there were 7 people and only 3 for the double recognition. So majority clearly wants that we do not have double recognition. We should move on to discuss the second more topic, because in a committee like Security Council, I like, first of all, I don't understand the point of discussing
How can you
ecological
stop a
implications without.
procedure? My
Let me complete,
question,
USA.
how
Let me complete.
How do you wait?
Complete.
No, this is not about listen, America. This is not about stopping a procedure. This is about understanding the flow of the committee, man.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
already
So
wasting
what
enough
I'm
time.
saying,
There is no
first of
need to
all,
waste more. What
हमें
will you
like
do?
Say
What will you
one by
achieve?
one.
Yeah, Ghana, let me speak. Sorry. What I'm saying is, first of all, we need to have some solution-oriented speeches and some solution-oriented topics that we discuss. Discussing, like, I get the point of discussing implications of economic and ecological implications in the South China Sea dispute, but we also need to discuss the legalities of the claims, because that's what the committee is for. We cannot just keep discussing economic like implications. This is happening, that is happening. We need to come up with solutions as to how we are going to solve this dispute. That's why the second one is like also important. So we should just do this one for one time, no double recognition, and move on to the another more topic.
The basic
Okay,
thing is United States,
delegate, I
we're
just
not
have one
stopping
question.
any procedure.
I
We're
just
just
have one
saying
question from you guys.
yes, China.
It is an MUN's basic procedural event that until the more time has been elapsed, there will be more recognition. Fine, you guys don't want that. I'm just saying, are you guys willing to put it in front of the executive board? That's my question.
Delegates, see, okay, we
Define the
understand
actual
the lapse
MUN
time.
procedure and altering it. Do you guys want that? This is my simple question. I won't say anything beyond this. Thank you.
Procedure, there's procedure is going to be followed off, obviously, but if that procedure wastes time, is there really a point? Because we're already on the second day. We've covered 2 more topics totally. Like one of them we haven't even started with one of them. We've covered 1 more topic and we've done like GSL thoda sa. Do we really need to waste so much time? Like there's going to be a crisis, there's going to be a third day is probably going to be solution based and crisis based, but like today we can like focus on other topics just other than economic, like legalities and aid is like there are so many other topics that we could bring up. UA.
Yeah, the delegate
I
of Khan,
agree.
I believe that I'm a crisis delegate, and I believe that mostly crises are announced on the second day as well. So there are chances that the crisis will come today as well,
Yeah,
and
I'm
we might not
I'm
even get
counting
chance
that.
to raise a motion for that second unmoderated second moderated.
That's exactly the point. We want to quickly move on to the second more topic and discuss that as well, because there are possibilities of crisis today.
When does this end?
Why to waste time on the same topic again and again?
Exactly.
When does this end? Time exactly.
We had said 5 minutes, but I think the 5 minutes are
It ends in 5:15. No, I mean the meeting. So we have 3 hours. Okay. Let's say we waste like 20 minutes. That's like for POIs, maybe 25 minutes on this topic. We're at 2:30.
I just have one question, delegate.
We have 3
Those
entire.
who
Wait, let me
do
finish,
want
man. Let me
to-
finish.
China, just wait for a second.
We have 3
Sure.
entire hours. Even if the crisis takes 2 hours, we will still have enough time to maybe cover 2 topics. Okay, so it's not the crisis gonna completely stop us. It's just if we spend too much time on one topic, we're gonna waste time for other topics. China, what were you saying?
Yeah, I just have one question. Fine, you guys don't want to. Those who do want to speak in again in the same Mod Caucus topic, how are you guys going to stop them from?
We're all gonna
not resuming?
collectively denounce them in a joint statement. Okay, Khush?
Ghana, wait, China, that's why we're deciding.
Just
Let's
ask the EB that most of the only 3 delegates, I think,
exactly.
willing
Yeah, and
to-
we would request you
Even
guys.
one delegate is recognized if he wants to speak or not. That's procedure that I'm quoting.
Listen, we
to you
can't
guys.
stop the
This thing.
procedure. We cannot stop the procedure. We're just
Go
politely
ahead.
requesting that you guys not do this because we're already wasted enough time. We need to move
Exactly.
forward with the committee. I hope you guys will
I
understand.
just have one very simple question. Even if they ask for a double recognition, only 3 speakers are willing to speak. How much time will it actually take rather than like spending
Exactly my
all of our
Guys,
time?
already listen. You guys already got a chance, all right? There's okay. Listen. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Three
Three of you
speakers,
guys speak.
maximum
Listen.
5 minutes.
3 of you
Or
guys speak.
maybe 10. It's
Okay,
another.
okay. 3 of you guys speak.
Sorry?
Okay. Let's say only 3 of you guys speak. 3 of you guys raise hand. Other people are like, other people are thinking these guys will get more marks. So then other people will start raising hand, and it's just gonna become a domino effect where everyone raises their hand. Even if they don't have a speech, they'll make a speech. It's just gonna get longer. It's gonna get stretched if it's stretched.
Exactly.
Like I honestly,
Almost
if
half an hour
an-
would be gone in
yeah,
that.
exactly. If an extension does happen, I will raise my hand in the end because I don't want to miss out. Okay, that's why we were saying it would be better to move like forward as together as a committee instead of just 3 people get to speak another time. Because
We
then other
have
people are gonna
another day. We have around 1.5 days
But
left. We are
you
only
just
12.
mentioned ki
Okay.
crisis. We have there's a possibility of
Just-
crisis. Plus, we have also have to make a DR. We also have to make documents.
Right.
And we
A
already
lot
have
of time
more
tomorrow will
topics
go for
other
the
than
draft
the economic and
resolutions.
ecological
A
one.
lot of time
So,
will
like,
go to solutions tomorrow, and we've done one mod.
Literally.
Also. We've done
Draft
one.
resolutions will take a lot of time tomorrow.
yeah.
We need to cover all the problem-related mods today only.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I hope
And
you will-
consider this like 3 speakers speaking. I do agree that even others would then do it, but 3 speakers speaking for the same mod versus those 3 speakers speaking for a new topic, which will be covered by other delegates as well. Those 5 minutes can be used for
gonna be
another
productive.
topic itself.
I hope like we can't do anything to stop you. We can request the EB maybe, but I hope UAE, China, and US don't raise for recognition. If you do, we're gonna have a massive issue. Because like everyone's gonna raise that. So
plus I think 90
What
seconds.
exactly do you
तो
mean
उसमें
by an
कितना ही
issue?
होगा?
what?
I'm saying ki there is already
Yeah,
90
yeah.
seconds, so we can cover much content in that only.
Exactly. We don't have 60 seconds this time.
Exactly.
China, you were saying something?
Nothing.
Okay. US, do you want to say anything? UAE, do you want to say anything? No one? All right. I just hope you guys will
I
not.
think-
Delegate
Yeah,
of
it's
United
just
States,
like
could you send your second speech from the first moderated caucus
Sir, who?
on WhatsApp?
Sir, which delegate?
United States.
Oh, okay.
Just send it right now. Delegates, you
Just
can
a second.
continue with whatever you are having. Also, use this time to discuss among if you want to do a draft resolution in the end, and when do you want to do that? Because after we come back from the breakout room, we're gonna discuss. Like, please do that right now. Use this time to have your discussion for among yourselves for a draft resolution and stuff. Please, like if you want to do that, if you want to do any other documents, anything like that, discuss that and let us know. Because you guys like now form a plan for the committee from your end, because you have today this mod will go on break and more, right? And we like barely would be able to start with a third moderate caucus today if you guys wish to. And then tomorrow also we will be like having like tomorrow we can do the draft resolution and like finish third mod, then do the draft resolution. But we don't want to waste more and more time over like decide what more do you prefer, because this being a very open fact that the marking sheet goes early than the actual time that the conference ends on. So you guys need to decide among yourselves and be clear about what you want to prioritize more. So discuss and let us know.
No, Richard, thank you.
Guys, do we want a draft resolution for the committee? Because to be very honest, one draft resolution will come out if we go for it. Because
What we can do is we can continue with it itself. It's possible. Because we're technically
Firstly,
one by one,
Just
by
one
one.
second. US is trying to speak.
Yeah, I'm
Have you
saying.
heard? Just wait.
Yeah, so I'm
USA,
saying,
please.
considering that we are already sending individual documents, we are presenting a solution to the EB. DR is just a formal way to present it, and plus we are having debate upon solutions in the speeches itself. So DR would be, in a way, we are just discussing solutions. So it is a better, it is a good way of organizing all solutions. But considering that all of you want the debate to happen, considering you all want mods to happen, we can, instead of having a committee ending document, we can just continue with debate till the third day. I mean, it's my opinion. If it's agreed by all of you.
Like DR wouldn't be very. I don't think we should do
I
it.
would like to add to USA's statement. I don't know how possible it is if all of the members would be able to reach to a consensus, but considering
Exactly,
that
the
DR will
DR
take
would
a
be
lot of
vetoed.
time,
Yeah,
we can
DR
go for
would
a
be
compromise
vetoed.
if everyone is able to reach a consensus.
Listen,
DR would be vetoed, exactly.
9 o'clock meeting for DR.
What?
Like
Wait,
to
Okay,
like
just
Kana,
all
1
those
second.
who are in favor of making a DR, raise your hands rather than just arguing amongst ourselves. All those who want a DR for this committee, raise your hand, please. None of you want a DR.
Actually, we haven't had one speech solution based from every country. So like DR के possible solutions अभी तक आए नहीं है. Like sorry.
Most of my
That's
speeches have
fine.
been
Bro.
solution
Can include solutions even if it is not said in the committee. I mean, how is
Yeah, I know we can.
It's not relevant
And
anyhow
what I'm saying
to
is,
a DR.
why is no one
You guys,
like want to make a DR right now is because we haven't had any like similar consensus on what solutions we need to make. So that's why everyone feels that no cooperation will happen. I also feel that we should continue with debate, but I'm just saying that we should not just forget the possibility of DRs. We should, I think, still consider it, although I'm also in favor of just debating. But I think the
I
reason
have
for
one
people not
small
opting for
request.
DR right now is because we
You're-
haven't had many
So
speeches.
we
You're
have
being ambiguous. I mean, you're being ambiguous upon not
Delegate of
having
Brazil.
United States.
Wait, guys,
Let
one
it
by one,
finish.
one by one, one by one.
Okay, UA, your voice was again not audible, but US, what I was saying to you was, on your point, I just wanted to say that we have another proposed thing right now. So firstly, if the committee does not want a committee ending document, it's a different story. But if we do, we have two proposals right now for DR of a communique. So just consider the choices of those people as well. Just ask them why they want. I think Mozambique or someone raised a proposal to have a communique. So let's just ask them why they consider that good as well.
Delegate, when we asked for committee ending document, nobody raised hand.
We
It
can
was
just
proposed via
we
verbal.
can vote again. We can make a vote.
Exactly. I asked you guys,
I'm-
do you want a DR? None of you raised your hand.
we can make a vote again. Na? There's some confusion in there. So
Sure. Do you guys want a
people,
DR?
the
If yes,
people
raise
who
your
want a DR, a committee
No,
ending
not
DR,
only DR, any committee ending document.
yeah, like
including
any
proper-
committee
Any
ending
committee
document,
ending
please
document
raise
for
your
that
hand.
respect. Do you guys want any committee ending document? Just raise your hands now.
The delegate of China, can I
There are
just
only two.
speak for like a minute?
Yeah, sure.
You were speaking.
We can't hear you.
Wait. Goodness. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Better than.
Yeah, so basically, we know that most committees have a DR, but it takes a lot of time because it has so many clauses and all. Rather than that, as it's a semi-conventional committee, we can like go for a plan of action because it's like a shorter document and it doesn't take much time. Like, or if it doesn't even get discussed in the committee, that's also fine because that has all the things that we will be initiating at the end of the day. Because we have, I disagree with anyone who said that we haven't been discussing solutions in our speeches. Most of us have discussed very relevant solutions, which could be added in a plan of action rather than a big document, a big draft resolution. It would take less
what I
time
meant
and
to
we
say,
could
sorry, what I meant to say by like we have not discussed solutions is basically everyone has said solutions for the solving the disputes, right?
but we cannot include every solution because many of them may be contradictory, or many, like there will be too many solutions that will be overlapping or will be contradictory. So that is why we will need to, sort them and like pick out some good solutions that everybody thinks are like fine. And at least I think 2 documents will be made, one for China and one against China. I think, yeah, or maybe we do an like ambiguous, unanimous, document.
Delegate of UK, we could do one thing when you just said that many of the solutions are contradictory. So in a plan of action and mostly in committees, the EB asks us ki, you can just name, you can just add your country to the point you have made. So if suppose two solutions are quite similar to each other, so the 2 delegates could just like have a word within themselves and make a single solution and just write both of the names in front of the solution. Like if suppose the delegate of Ghana and delegate of China made the solution together, they can just add their names. A plan of action is a very... if the solutions are contradictory, so they won't be on the same block. One, as you said, the ones against China, ones for China. Mostly the for China ones would be similar and aligned to each other, and the against China would be aligned to each other.
Yeah. But do we want a unanimous document which
Exactly
is signed by both
We
sides?
voted
I
for
have
a
a very
document and we have received 3 votes right now.
I want to make a very, I want to ask something that is plan of action actually a committee ending document? Like,
yes.
How would you build consensus upon a similar plan of action among all countries?
It is a committee ending document.
No, that's fine. But how would you
just
how would
like the
all
way
the
we make a DR, in that also we know
yeah,
all
exactly.
the members have consensus.
How would you make the committee having a consensus on a same specific set of actions?
Yeah, so that's what we need to do during making the POA. That's what we do. Like we cannot decide it right now. We need to sort out some solutions for the POA. Then I think 1 or maybe 2 blocks will be made for the documentation, and then they will decide.
Once we cannot have a DR which is signed by both China and the other party, forget their names, whatever. I don't think we can have that. That would be a violation of foreign policy, I think, maybe.
No, that wouldn't
there
be
is,
a
it is
violation of
possible,
foreign
but
policy
I
if
don't
they have
think
agreed
anyone
on
will
the
do that.
same terms. Because foreign policy would be like you're supporting the other one, but we're just accepting a few common facts. That won't be a violation. A unanimous document won't be a violation.
China,
It would make sense because both of the blocks are
China is
arguing.
not going to make concessions. Like if you look at the situation, I don't think China can.
Right. UAE, it also depends on the type of solutions and the type of facts that have been included
We're
in the
not good.
document.
I don't think we're going to get a unanimous
whoever
one, but
said-
we are going to get multiple.
Whoever said that it would be a violation of foreign policy, that depends on the solutions you make, but
Right,
it's not a compulsory case. It's not a
Okay,
compulsory case.
Yes, that's
Many
true. That's
committees
that's
have-
a good point.
Okay, vaguely speaking, there's 2 solutions. Either you kick out China out of the South China Sea, or you give China that. Like vaguely.
No, it's not compulsory at all. You can have unique solutions. I cannot say them because I have some in mind. I cannot just speak them out in the committee in an informal session, but there are n number of solutions that are not like kicking out China or the South China Sea. Of course, we cannot. Neither will China agree on that, and it's not a realistic approach as well. If you just see, China is China. वो किसी की नहीं सुनता.
Yeah, so by consensus, there won't be a consensus. So like unanimous नहीं हो पाएगा.
Listen. What we can do is right.
Please vote.
Delegates, एक second. Delegates, what we can do is Abhina, break is extended a lot. So what we can do is we can remain on mute right now, and then when the actual break happens, as per the timings, we can request not to have breaks so that we can have more committee time. I mean, if it's agreeable.
Delegates, since we have time right now, why don't we just discuss it right now?
Exactly, we have time.
We have time right now, so let's just
And
discuss.
plus the EB would want a break at the same time.
Yeah, honestly.
Exactly. They have been working even though we have a break right now.
I mean, is it really a break? It's like an unmod.
That will be after the break now.
We're going to have an
First of all, please everyone vote who is interested in
like this?
Working paper or anything, document at the end.
I think we should make a document at the end, committee ending document. Although there might not be any unanimous documents, but one pro-China, one against China.
Basically,
think we can
you're
start
voting for DR. You're voting for
Yeah.
DR.
Exactly. So what also adding to my point that we should not have double recognition for the ecological one, because we need to discuss solutions regarding the legalities of claims of the coastal states in the
Right.
South China Sea dispute. So like if we have that moderated caucus instantly after the economic and ecological implications, we would be easily able to come to consensus or listen to solutions that other delegates have and include them into and make a document with them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, United Kingdom, like everyone. One thing, stances over here are changing. Delegates who first said they don't want a committee ending document now want some or the other document. Let's first decide on whether or not you want a document, because some people right now want a POA, some want communique, some want DR, some want no document at all. So we're nowhere right now.
No, we can
Let's
just
decide
decide
it by
on
voting
if we
finally.
want a document or not. The type of document can be, sorted out later.
Exactly.
So one final time, does the committee want a document? Whoever wants a document, just raise your hands. If it's
I don't
majority,
think,
then we will go ahead and discuss
some
which
document
type.
might not be
A document for what?
The document, like the committee
like
ending
any
document.
committee ending document do you guys want?
Anything,
I
like
think
the-
it is
No
advisable.
matter which side it is, like towards
Yeah.
any document
Exactly.
that's supposed to end the committee.
Like POA or direct draft resolution, anything.
Okay, about draft resolutions, does anyone have any as of now?
No, delegate, the blocks will be forming the draft resolutions.
So are we making draft resolutions tonight?
Could you repeat yourself?
Sorry.
When are we gonna be working on draft resolutions as a block? I just want to get that cleared up.
I don't know. We'll discuss this on WhatsApp, I believe. Are you in the group?
Yeah, I'm in.
All right, we'll just discuss it there, I guess. Abhi to
Okay.
we have draft resolution set.
All right.
Wait, or do
I
we?
think 5 delegates raised their
What
hand.
I was saying was that I'm in favor of a committee ending document, and also, instead of making different blocks and making different documents basically pro China, against China, let's just make one document. Let's come to a consensus as a committee.
Okay.
Let's
you want a
make
I
a
understand your
basic
point, what you're trying to say, but you need to listen to me. Basically, what happens to have a consensus, I think both sides will need to be happy about the POA. So that would mean we give some part to the Chinas, give something like, do something about China so that it does not dominate the South China Sea, so that all the other states are happy. But you need to understand that this is not possible. Why? Because China, it will be a very, political embarrassment for China. The main reason why China does not back down from such intrusions and from, does not degrade its, whatever it has allegations it has made, just because it does not want to suffer political embarrassment. So it only two solutions will be made, that is already given. One that will be that China wants most of the part of the South China Sea, other would be against China that wants to
Wait, let China speak.
almost everything.
Okay.
Let's decide the type of document.
One second. This is a break, but let's not forget this is still a MUN, and I would request the delegate of United Kingdom to kindly refrain from making comments about my country and my political situation when it hasn't even been able to handle.
Delegate, this is an MUN. I have every right to make comments about your country because your
Okay,
just
China and United Kingdom, no point. Okay, China and
Do not-
United Kingdom, we have something very important to discuss right now. Let's please discuss this later. I understand your point, China.
Just one second. Let me wrap up, delegate. What I'm trying to say is, if you have anything that you want to ask me or criticize me about, bring it up in your speeches. I will answer you thoroughly. However, refrain from making comments that are not anyway centered towards the flow of the committee and debate that we are particularly focusing on right now.
Yeah, the
Okay.
comments I'm trying to make about your country would actually decide upon whether we have unanimous GR or not.
I feel like the United Kingdom didn't mean anything bad. He just wanted to
Yeah.
uh,
Just
wanted to clarify why
United
we
Kingdom,
think
if
I
it
had been
has
hearing
said
about Gorgon
such
and
things
said
listen,
in your
delegate. I believe the United Kingdom just wanted to clarify why it's difficult to have a unanimous treaty. I don't think he meant any harm by saying that.
Exactly.
If you had
but the
listened to the
delegate of
response, maybe you would have come to
United
the
Kingdom, if you
conclusion.
had said those in your speeches, he could have raised a right to reply, and that's not a thing that you could say in a MUN. Just criticizing and
This is not a speech. This is a
yeah, but I'm
Okay,
saying
okay,
it's
guys,
still a it's
delegates,
still in a formal session.
Delegates.
UAE.
Okay. So you delegates all anyways have you all have your break from 2:30, right? And it's only 5 minutes more. Considering that, you guys have your break from now itself, but then return back by 2:40. Right? We already gave you an unmod by EB's discretion and everything. Return back by 2:40. Just don't leave the meeting. Once again, turn your camera. If you want, you can still keep discussing. That's not a problem with us, but you can't force delegates to be here because this is now a break. So they don't need to be online. Return back at 2:40. This is for everyone. Delegates, I hope every one of you is back. Please turn on your cameras. All the delegates, please turn on your cameras. That's the only way we know that you're back.
EB, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're muted.
Okay, welcome back, delegates. Ahmed, are you here?
Just give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in the meeting.
Okay. Delegates, till then, I would like to ask what all was discussed in the unmod that we gave you. Yes, delegate of Brazil.
Right. So the committee was initially discussing whether or not they want double recognitions in this particular moderate caucus that we're going to have now. Other than that, we actually discussed about the committee ending
What was
documents.
the consensus for that?
Okay, about that is that most of the committee delegates do not want a double recognition. They want to move on to the third moderate caucus, but there are around 3 delegates who wanted a double recognition.
The thing is, if you raise a mod, right, for a certain period of time, so then there are number of speakers that we can take in it. So if you had wished, like if there are like even 1 or 2 speakers who want to speak again, they are allowed to do so because the mod allows them to do so. If you wanted the mod, so like if there are only 10 speakers, right? But all of you together are pretty sure that you don't want to have and no one raises their hand when we ask for recognition again, then it's fine. Then the mod ends. But even if one of them does raise their hand again, we have to recognize him or her because the mod has the space for that number of speakers.
Yes, so that's what we were actually discussing. The committee was actually wanting to collaboratively decide if they want, if no one wants a double recognition or everyone, as many speakers as they can take want a double recognition. That's when most of the committee said that let's have no double recognitions in this moderated caucus.
Okay,
But
so when
that
we ask for more recognitions, as long as when we ask for more recognition, there are no hands raised, that's fine. Okay, apart from that, any other thing that was decided?
Yes, we're not at a consensus on this as of now, but we were discussing about the committee ending document. There are like a wide number of views right now. Some people want a POA, some want a DR. So I think the committee still needs to decide on that as of now.
Okay, fine. Ahmed, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay. Avigna, are you there? Avigna? Okay. Seeing that, We'll begin with the moderated caucus, right? From Mozambique. We have the list in the group as well. Just for now, delegates, the timer won't be able to share. We won't be able to share the timer on screen as we don't have our vice chair with us. We'll still put a timer. If you go over time, we'll let you know. But our rapporteur isn't there with us, so we aren't able to like share it for now. So please bear with that.
Yeah. Gatik, should I keep the timer for?
I am putting the timer.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
We can have a plan of action as a committee ending document, right?
No. This is technically a committee ending document is only a draft resolution for an SC. Like you can end the committee without having a document at all, but a plan of action. So the thing is, you can submit a plan of action. Like there have been plan of actions that have been even submitted today. But the problem being, if it is not discussed, these documents, individual documents can't be discussed. The only provision under rules of procedures to discuss a document is to discuss the draft resolution. So if you want, you can send any document you want. The committee can decide to send, even if you guys decide that unanimously you want to do like plan of actions from block wise or any wise, like any way. But if you don't send us, but we can't, like even if you send us that, we can't have discussion over there. We can just only read it out. That's it.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
With this, Ahmed, you can start.
Yeah. So according to the recognition sheet, we would be having. So we are starting with the moderated caucus 2. So the first delegate on the list is the delegate of Mozambique. Delegate, you have 90 seconds of the floor. Katik, you could just tell that when to start now.
So I don't have a problem. As soon as they start, I'll turn on the timer.
Cool.
Stopwatch. But now, just give me a second for now.
Yeah.
Then you can just start. I'll start the timer and let you know when it's finished.
Cool. A delegate of Mozambique, like now you can do like 3, 2, 1, and then you can start your speech.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. The South China Sea disputes have profound economic and ecological consequences.
Give me a second. Give me a second right now. Okay, we can start. Yes, delegate of Mozambique.
3, 2, 1. The South China Sea disputes have profound economic and ecological consequences, leading to territorial tensions, environmental harm, and regional instability. This strategically important area, known for crucial shipping routes and abundant resources, is currently facing uncertainty and trade disruptions. Reduced investments in fishing and oil exploration are affecting the economy and global trade. Urgent action is needed to tackle these intricate issues. The South China Sea is experiencing severe ecological degradation due to military presence and resource extraction. These activities result in overfishing, coral reef damage, oil spills, and illegal fishing practices. Rising tensions disrupt marine systems, threaten biodiversity, and harm local fishing dependent communities. The disturbance affects migratory patterns and breeding habitats, endangering diverse marine species. Competition for fishing grounds can lead to overexploitation, impacting the region's fisheries and coastal livelihoods. This ecological crisis also carries significant economic consequences as the SCS contributes over 10% of the global catch production. This depletion of resources affects the 190 million coastal coastal residents, over 77% of whom rely on pelagic fishery for their protein and livelihood. A comprehensive approach is necessary, recognizing the complex link between economic and ecological issues. To address South China Sea conflicts, multilateral diplomacy is crucial considering economic and ecological interests. UNCLOS Article 123 emphasizes cooperation in semi-closed seas like the South China Sea, particularly regarding fisheries. Post-South China Sea arbitration, China and Southeast Asian countries have discussed shared fishing and resource rights, resulting in provisional fishery agreement for the contentious Scarborough Shoal. While various marine
That's
protected
it,
areas
delegate.
exist, can I complete
That's
the
it.
sentence?
Yes.
Exist, creating a joint MPA is vital to protect marine resources and reduce coastal state tensions.
Okay.
Yes, delegate. The next speaker on the list,
Ahmed,
हाँ,
the compulsory POI.
compulsory POI. So, delegates, all those who wish to ask POIs to the delegate of Mozambique, kindly raise your hands.
I wanted a repetition.
Yeah, the delegate of
United Kingdom.
Okay, delegate.
Could the delegate of Mozambique please repeat the third line that she said about induction needed in the South China Sea dispute?
Could you repeat which line?
Could you restate the line about something in the lines of induction needed in the South China Sea dispute?
Your voice is cracking. I'm sorry.
Am I audible now?
Yes, delegate of UK, I can hear you. Just say your point.
I wanted a repetition regarding the something along the lines of induction needed in the South China Sea dispute. Mozambique stated that in the speech.
Okay. Mozambique, is that clear? Can you repeat that?
Yes, just give me a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
Delegate, I have not stated any such thing in my speech.
All right.
Okay. Any delegates wishing to ask a point of information to the delegate of Mozambique, we'll be taking one.
Yes. It's the delegate of China. Is there any other delegate other than the delegate of China? Cool. Delegate of China, you may ask the POI.
Yes. Tankers carrying crude oil from the Arabian Gulf have resulted in contamination of the sea from spills and discharge of polluted ballast waters in Mozambique. So, when the delegate isn't even able to handle domestic affairs when it comes to ecological damage, how is it preaching other countries to be adept about it?
Delegate, I understand your concern. However, I'd like to remind you that Mozambique is currently an underdeveloped nation. It is not very developed. It's struggling economically. It is seeking the support of neighboring countries, including China and US abroad, to actually be able to work current of the country. It is, I agree, behind the world
Delegate, your voice is cracking while answering the POI.
issues. However, of handling such issues, however, recognizing. Sorry.
I was saying your voice is cracking while answering. Either repeat your answer.
I'm saying that Mozambique is currently not a developed nation and it is seeking help from other developed nations to work on the overall development of the country. Mozambique is in no state right now to be able to focus on environmental issues. It has much bigger problems. I agree environment is important, but the people of Mozambique are not well-to-do, and Mozambique is these big problems. However, countries like China and those involved in the SCS are developed enough to be able to invest and take care of problem environmental implications.
Okay, delegate, thank you. The next speaker on the list for the Montauk 2 is the delegate of Albania. Delegate of Albania.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do I have to tell you when to start?
Gatik.
Yes, you can start.
Okay. The South China Sea is internationally recognized for its rich biodiversity, harboring significant marine ecosystems, large mangrove forests, and hosting thousands of fish and 571 species of coral reefs. One significant approach adopted by those asserting territorial claims is the construction of artificial islands to fortify their military presence in the area. The process of dredging, which is used to create these man-made islands, carries significant environmental repercussions in the form of fragmentation of coral reefs, disturbs ecosystems by altering wave patterns, and interferes with the migration path of various species within the South China Sea. Moreover, the sand plumes generated through dredging can prove detrimental to coral reefs, either by blocking sunlight or by burying them. Apart from the ecological impact, the South China Sea has also been economically impacted. According to the UNCTAD, approximately 80% of the world's trade is carried out by sea, and the South China Sea region constitutes for 20 to 33% of this volume. The maritime dispute in the Southeast Asian waterways has a significant economic impact on the countries in this region that will cause a contraction in their economies. Albania reiterates the importance of upholding international law, peace, and security. Albania believes it is key to discuss the issue instead of the usage of hard power. We call upon all the countries present in this committee to respect international law and engage in meaningful discussions to ensure the peace and stability of this region. Yeah.
Gatik, how much time left on the timer?
We can have 2 questions.
Cool. I'll be recognizing 2 POIs for the delegate of Albania. There are only these 2. Okay. Okay, cool. Delegate of United States of America, followed by the delegate of United Kingdom.
Sir, am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, delegate, in your speech, you mentioned about how artificial islands are, in a way, damaging the South China Sea. So, and you told about upholding the international law. So, does that indicate to the fact that do you mean to say that China, because of the creation of artificial islands, has in fact violated international laws and treaties?
No, we don't believe that China has violated any laws as such, but we wish for a more stable and a more secure sort of way to solve this dispute. We don't want any sort of we don't wish for any tension, like the tensions as such, to escalate further. So we just want China or the nations basically part of this dispute to handle this in a more calm way.
So, please to follow up.
Denied, delegate, considering the fact that your question was, do you think that China violates these laws XYZ? The delegate said no.
Can I ask my question?
Yes, delegate of UK.
Yes, delegate, you mentioned about China using wrongful fishing methods that is having an impact on the ecological condition of the maritime regions. So my question is that Albania over the years itself has reports about wrongful use of fishing methods in the Adriatic Sea. So don't you think it is kind of hypocritical of you to criticize China for doing the same?
We haven't we haven't mentioned any fishing methods as such in our speech. More of we've mentioned how the ecological impact will be as such due to the building of the artificial islands, and how like because of the construction of these artificial islands, it'll more of impact the marine life present. We haven't mentioned any sort of fishing or overfishing things, so no.
Can I have a clarification?
Yeah, sure.
Didn't the delegate of Albania use the method wedging as a wrongful use for fishing in the South China Sea region, which is impacting the ecological condition?
Delegate
I
of
use
Albania.
I use dredging as an example to express how the countries like present who are making these man-made islands, how it's not helping the environment present under the sea, and what all the negative impacts are as such.
Okay, delegate. Moving on. Moving on to the delegate of United Kingdom. You're the next speaker.
Apology to unmute myself, but I think the delegates really need to keep their cameras open. There are a lot of them
Yes,
who are-
ma'am. We'll try and make sure if
Yeah.
we'll start
The
cutting
request-
marks from now on for
Sure.
undiplomatic behavior.
So delegate, yes, delegate of Ghana. So what?
I had a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Can you have a point of order on a point of inquiry?
A point of order and a point of inquiry.
No, delegate, there's no point to point.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next
Can I
speaker on the list
start
is
my-
so the next speaker on the list is the delegate of UK.
Can I start my speech?
Gatik.
Yes, delegate.
Talking about the economic aspect, the South China Sea is rich in valuable resources, including fisheries, hydrocarbons, and minerals. It serves as a vital maritime trade route connecting the nations across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. However, it is a matter of concern that much of this wealth remains untapped due to the disputes in the region. China's territorial claims and the establishment of military facilities on artificial islands have created a situation that risks a de facto monopoly on these resources, which threatens the economic interests of claimant states. China's assertive stance in the South China Sea has caused tensions among the claimant states, leading to reduced economic cooperation and investments. This has hampered the full economic potential of this region. It is crucial to recognize that the economic impact is not limited to the countries directly involved in the disputes. It has global implications. Any threat to the freedom of navigation or the establishment of a monopoly on resources affects the entire international community that relies on the South China Sea for trade and resources. However, it is not just the economic impact that we need to be concerned about. The ecological aspects of the South China Sea also require attention. The creation of artificial islands and militarization of these features have brought about environmental concerns. The dredging and land reclamation activities have had negative effects on the marine ecosystems, including damage to coral reefs and the destruction of habitats for various marine species. Whilst these ecological impacts may not be a direct concern for the United Nations Security Council, it is vital that we consider the long-term environment consequences of our actions. The degradation of the marine ecosystem can have far-reaching effects on biodiversity, food security, and the livelihoods of the coastal communities. Thank you.
Gatik, how much time is left?
1 POI. It is like we just have time for 1 POI also. Yeah.
Delegates, anyone wishing to ask a POI to the delegate? UK? Yes, delegate of Ghana.
Could the delegate of UK please explain what they mean by dredging?
Do you want me to define dredging?
Yes, just in a short way.
Okay. It's like, can this be taken as a POI? I'm
Delegate.
sure I'll answer that. It is just
Delegate, it is not up to us what the delegate has a question about, right? As long as it is a question, it is a POI.
Okay.
I mean, you to be very honest with all of you, you don't have to be tensed about what the POI is, or like if the POI is not good enough or something, or like any like question like that doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we don't even mark you for the answer you gave to the POI. We just mark the POI because at the end of the day, the answer to a POI is mostly a clarification of what you've already said in the speech. So we have already marked you for that.
Okay, so like dredging is basically a method that is used by some of the countries which helps them to de-escalate flood-like situations that actually can also hamper maritime regions, like removing sediments, etc. I cannot like define the whole dredging system to you because it is like kind of a big process, but I hope you get the idea.
Okay. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of France.
Yes, may I start?
Gatik, may you start?
Yes, delegate.
In the ongoing dispute, unless the nations can work together, neither nation will have much provided that how quickly the violence is degrading the ecosystem, as about 80% of global trade is carried by sea, and estimates of the volume carried through South China Sea range from 20% to 33%, facing a total freeze on international shipping, whereas China's economy would not be affected much as it has huge domestic markets and ports outside the potential conflict zone. China's activities in the South China Sea amount to a flagrant violation of international laws and environmental treaties, although it hasn't stood by it. I would like to question China that even after ratifying the UNCLOS, which mandates that the states have the obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment, China's acts of militarization of artificial islands has led to the release of pollutants and waste into the surrounding waters, which contradicts its own actions. Furthermore, Article 194 of the Convention imposes an obligation upon member states to ensure that activities under the jurisdiction are so conducted as not cause damage by pollution to other states and their environment. They also have the responsibility to protect the fragile ecosystems. In order to protect the endangered marine species, China has also ratified the Convention on Biological Diversity, which mandates the member states to ensure that their activities do not cause environmental damage beyond their natural jurisdiction. China claims that it has followed all the international environmental protection standards to ensure ecological and fishery preservation. However, the Chinese government has provided neither sufficient evidence to back these claims nor any assessment reports to international organizations. As a delegate of France, I advocate for peaceful conflict resolution, environmental protection, and economic cooperation as a means to mitigate these impacts. By working together as responsible global citizens, we can preserve the economic prosperity and ecological health of this vital region for the benefit of all nations. Thank you.
Gatik, I feel the time has elapsed. So I guess one POI.
Yes. And this was like way too over time, so we haven't like really noted the points from the end. So delegate, you need to make sure that like preferably go according to. I know we are not able to share the timer and everything, but still this was like way over time. So make sure that this is not a problem from now.
Sorry.
Yes. So one compulsory POI for this for the delegate of France. Okay. So it's the delegate of China.
Ahmed, sorry to interrupt. Are
Can
there
I
any
ask my
other
question, sir?
POIs? One second. Give me a second.
Delegates, I would be recognizing the POIs once again because yeah, all those who actually wish to only one POI is there for the delegate of France. Ask a POI, kindly raise your hands. Okay, delegate of UK.
Okay. My question to you is France, like China, like any other nation, is not necessarily required to release assessment statements to clarify its adherence to fisheries laws. So you using that as an argument against them for not following any laws written in the UN clause is not really applicable. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so my main motive in the speech was to say that China's actions are contradicting its own statements that are mentioned in the conventions and the agreements they have signed. That's all I wanted to convey.
Cool, delegate. Yes, delegate of US, to what point?
I forgot to lower my.
Okay. The next speaker on the list is the delegate of China.
Can I start?
Gatik.
Wait for 2 minutes.
Okay, China. Wait for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
delegate.
we are back. Vigno, can you share the stopwatch?
Yeah, and delegate of China, kindly be ready. Share a timer for
Yeah,
90
sir.
seconds.
Should I begin?
Wait.
Give us a sec.
Yes, delegate. You have 90 seconds on the floor. You may start.
Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. When when the countries are repetitively posing the question of artificial islands, it is mainly to safeguard ourselves against Western invaders like USA that have been threatening the merchant routes which South China Sea has been relatively very peaceful for merchant trade and has been economical for all the countries that are involved. Under Article 2 of the UN Charter, which has been guaranteed by the UN Charter, US has been threatening our security and bullying us into creating an environment that is tense for this very economic development. Also, US and China both have most of the artificial islands in the world, so it is quite hypocritical of them to blame us for it. Under UN clause Article 77(1), it allows us for exploitation of our resources that we have been doing in a naturalist simulation which simulates natural process of sea storms blowing away and moving biological scraps, which gradually evolves into oasis on the sea. This reduces the maximum impact on coral reefs and is limited in pollution. Also, when parties like UK bring up Article 194, let me remind them, 11,200 tons of plastic waste is released into the Mediterranean Sea by France itself. Meanwhile, also the US has around 1.13 million to 2.24 million metric tons of waste that is released into maritime bodies every year. China and Asian countries are close neighbors that could not move. This year marks 19 years since China joined the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia and has been ensuring economic development in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Delegate, your time has elapsed, and we'll be entertaining one personal, one POI. Okay, second. We see the recognition
Under
sheet.
personal privilege.
Which delegate?
United Kingdom.
Yes, delegate to what point?
Personal privilege, repetition.
Yes, delegate. You may.
Could the delegate of China please repeat the treaty that they mentioned at the last of their speech?
Delegate of China.
The treaty, yeah, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia.
Okay, thank you.
I would also
Yeah.
like to raise a point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate of Mozambique. Delegate, you are not audible.
In your speech, Delegate of China, you had talked about you had said that USA's actions is what affects the basically trade, and that the countries by themselves are stable in the SCS. Could you repeat that line? In the very first
I'm
para.
not very sure which line the delegate is trying.
In the first para, you talked
Okay,
about
I
the
said that.
involved countries being stable.
Should I answer it?
Delegate of China.
Yeah, I said under Article 2 of UN Charter, our safety is ensured by international bodies, and US has been threatening by invading our territory and creating conflicts for the normal peaceful conditions under which the merchants operate.
Okay. So one compulsory POI for the delegate of China, delegate of Brazil.
Right. So the delegate of China stated in their statement about how the United States and France have been dumping waste into the seas near their countries. However, China has also reportedly dumped a lot of human waste, which has caused algal blooms and hence a lot of ecological disruptions in the South China Sea. Then how can they blame another country for doing something they're themselves doing?
Should I answer, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, China has these effects are pertaining to the recent constructions. China has been using effective management to reduce the waste as much as possible, and we will be guaranteeing the parties involved that most of this waste will be reduced once the construction is completed, rather than blatantly using our resources and exploiting it annually, such as the United States and UK.
Sir, I believe the delegate wasn't audible.
Sorry, delegate. Could you please repeat? Delegate of Brazil, could you please repeat what you
Oh,
just
sorry.
said?
I was saying that the delegate of China was not audible for me. Like, was that the case?
No, delegate. It was clearly audible for me. Can anybody else confirm? Was it audible?
It was audible.
Sorry.
I think they said it was audible.
Like the last 10 seconds were not audible, but the rest of the
Yeah.
answer was.
Okay. Let's do one thing. Delegate of China, just repeat your answer in a very specific manner.
Yes. The pollution that is being caused right now is being limited through environmental friendly procedures, and China will limit its activities and take care of environmental conditions that have been placed. And once the construction is over, we shall take care of it, reducing the impact as much as possible for the sustainable development of all the parties involved. Thank you.
Give me a second, guys. Okay. So in the Modcock 2, after the delegate of China, we have the delegate of Brazil. Avigna, 90-second timer for delegate of Brazil. To what point, Mozambique?
Sharon, may I begin?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I'll start now. The 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and other resources like fish make the South China Sea a very important trade location and a very enlightening natural resource center. However, disputes and military in the South China Sea impact this naturally created environment and the very important trade routes that also impact the global community. Now, if China's trade does take a toll in the South China Sea, its economy would only face a loss of 0.7% because it has many domestic markets and posts outside the disputed region in the South China Sea as well. However, such scenarios also increase the possibility of a large country such as China maintaining control over the region by imposing substantial costs on smaller countries whose trades will be impacted quite a lot. Now, the South China Sea accounts for about 12% of the global fish catch. There should be an establishment of boundaries with the help of UNCLOS articles like the Article 123, through which no fishing boat can actually pass through for the purpose of fishing in international waters or in other countries' internal waters. Artificial island building has also hampered the natural ecosystem and has the coral reefs in the region due to production of algae blooms. We must understand that this hits the economy of not only the regional parties but also the international community due to the fact that 1/3 of the global trade takes ships through the South China Sea. We must take care that marine biodiversity is safe through environmental cooperation and science-based measures between the competing nations. Chair, I think you're on mute.
We have just one more POI left for this.
Yeah.
Considering the time, we have one PI. Or
Delegate of
the speaker.
Yeah. There's only one hand. Wait a second. Delegate of France.
Yeah. I had a question that considering the fact that Brazil is a member of the BRICS organization, which is an economic organization, how does your country balance the pursuit of economic growth and development with its obligations to uphold international norms in the context of its economic relationship with China?
Okay, delegate, to answer that question, Brazil's trade with China is not directly linked to what I stated because now the impact of South China Sea on China would create a kind of impact on Brazil's trade relations as well. Because if China's economy goes down, Brazil's trade levels also will go down. However, Brazil also has its trade alliances with a lot of other countries, and hence not like rather than violating any international law, Brazil would only focus on actually implementing its trade practices through other places which do not include a disputed region and other countries, along with China's trade, of course, because China's trading alliance is of huge importance to Brazil, but it won't at all tolerate any sort of violation of the UNCLOS by the disputed parties or, of course, Brazil itself.
Okay, delegate.
Fine. Delegate, could you send us your speech over WhatsApp once?
Sure.
Yeah. So the next delegate on the list is the delegate of Ghana.
Audible?
Yeah, wait a second. You are 90 seconds on the floor. You may start.
The South China Sea holds immense economic importance as one of the world's busiest trade routes, facilitating over half the global annual merchant fleet tonnage. The stability of this region is crucial to ensure an uninterrupted trade and the livelihood of countless fishermen, as well as the GDP of coastal nations. For instance, the economies of Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia heavily rely on fisheries, contributing to 12.6%, 4 to 5%, and 1.75% of their respective GDPs. Additionally, the South China Sea is rich in resources, approximately 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic meters of natural gas, many of which have been unable to be extracted due to the complications caused by the dispute. The economic significance of the region can hardly be overstated, with the trade-dependent economies like Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong being at higher risk in the event of in the event of escalating tensions. Contrarily, China's economy is less vulnerable to the shutdown of trade, according to the U.S. National Bureau of Economic Research. It is worth noting that the South China Sea is home to some of the world's most diverse marine ecosystem, which have been adversely affected by China's construction of 3,200 acres of artificial islands in this partly archipelago through the process of dredging. China has also expanded in its fishery industry aggressively into disputed areas, increasing risk of overfishing. That's it.
We will be looking for one POI for the delegate of Ghana.
Point of personal
those
privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Could the delegate repeat the point about when he mentioned USA? I just wanted a clarification.
I just mentioned a study by the U.S. National Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay, fine.
A point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Can he just repeat the last two lines we said?
Delegate, kindly repeat the last two lines.
Okay. China's construction of about 3,200 acres of artificial islands in the Spratly archipelago through the process of dredging. China has also expanded its fishing industry aggressively into disputed areas, increasing the risk of overfishing.
Okay, delegate. We'll be entertaining one compulsory POI for those who wish to ask POI. Kindly raise your hand to the delegate of Ghana. Yeah. Delegate of Mozambique.
Mozambique would like to raise a point of information.
Your voice is cracking a bit. Delegate.
Now am I audible?
Yes.
Delegate, in your speech, in the very last line, you criticized China's fishing policies and their development of fisheries in disputed areas. However, Ghana's own fisheries management is not very effective. Uh, it leads to overfishing and marine ecosystems are not being protected. Moreover, some fishermen in Ghana have used destructive fishing methods such as dynamite and chemicals. So now, when Ghana is itself not able to control its own fishermen, that is, its own people, how can it urge China to work on its own fisheries industry?
We do not promote fishing, which is harmful to the environment. It is inherently bad. We will. I believe we are looking into the fishery through chemical uses, but we do. We just wanted to point out China's aggressive fishing, which is not even inside its territorial waters, which is in complete violation of international law. We will, of course, we do have a lot. We will try and maintain the. We will try to maintain the economic. Sorry, we will try to maintain the marine environment near our coast, but we also want to criticize China for this point.
Okay, delegate. The next speaker on the list is the delegate of United States of America.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm audible.
Yes, delegate, you're audible. Give us a second. Yes, delegate, you have 90 seconds on the floor.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, start. A vital aspect of the COC for resolving SCS disputes is the use of joint commissions to institutionalize negotiations. These commissions typically involve equal representation from relevant parties tasked with addressing specific issues. For example, the US-Canada International Joint Commission has successfully dealt with a large number of issues at hand. The joint authority model entails a full agreement among relevant states, including the creation of a commission with legal status, licensing and regulatory authority, and a broad mandate for managing the specified zones development. To improve fishing oversight, neighboring nations will enhance cooperation and develop practical guidelines based on experience to combat illegal fishing in the South China Sea. Bordering countries should establish unified standards for specific gear and methods, facilitate joint conservation and resource management. In case of overlapping claims, it is crucial for states to avoid parallel developments. This can lead to a cycle of provocation, escalating tensions, and potential conflict. Preventive diplomacy involves early-stage diplomatic efforts aimed at preventing disputes, curbing the escalation of existing conflicts, and limiting their spread when they occur. To boost efficiency and productivity, setting a total allowable catch for fisheries in a specified area is crucial. This helps maintain stable fish stocks and ensures that current harvests don't jeopardize future productivity. In tackling SCS fishery challenges, aquaculture is crucial, but steps must be taken to mitigate its impact on wild fisheries, including the use of aquafood. Thank you.
Delegate, you have around 17 seconds left in the timer. All those delegates, to what point?
Delegate, sorry, sir, POI.
Delegate, all those who are wishing to ask a POI to the delegate of USA, kindly raise your hands.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Could the delegate repeat the point where they state something about practical guidelines based on experience?
USA, kindly repeat the point.
A second. Yeah, so I mentioned the line is to improve fishing oversight. Neighboring nations will enhance cooperation and develop practical guidelines based on experience.
All right, thank you.
Yes, delegate. So I was saying I will be recognizing 3 POIs for the delegate of USA, the delegate of Ghana, followed by Mozambique, followed by China.
May I begin?
Yes.
You mentioned in your speech that you and Canada have a joint fishery block, and that China is abusing the fishing rights of their partners. Where was this advice towards China during the Cold Wars in the 20th century, when the UK was trying to in a way push Iceland out of their own maritime waters? Where were you? Where was the United States of America when their own allies were fighting with each other, and stronger and the more geopolitically active and the stronger allies were trying to reduce the power of lesser countries such as Iceland.
Delegates, to answer your question, your first question was about the Joint Commission. Delegate, to make it very
Delegates. One thing. Delegate of Ghana, you're only allowed to ask one question.
I meant in reference.
Yeah. So rephrase the question in a certain way that it is only one answer.
In reference to your Joint Commission, which is for fisheries, why did you not? Why are you giving this advice to China when you yourself did not follow this advice during the Cod Wars in the 20th century, where the UK and Iceland were fighting over maritime waters, and Iceland, who is a comparatively smaller nation, who needs international intervention and who needed international intervention in order to have a say in the conflict. Why didn't you give your own advice to your own allies?
Delegates, delegate, first of all, the Joint Commission that I talked about is not meant for fisheries. It is a way, it is an extension to the COC of the South China Sea, and it helps in the cooperation between different countries. It doesn't talk about fisheries at all. First point. And secondly, the question you talked about that how during the Quad Wars, UK and Iceland were having wars. So like, US would like to tell you, I would like to tell you that considering that it was a conflict between UK and Iceland itself, US didn't have a role, and more importantly is because it was a fight between them, and more importantly is the fact that US is the largest spender in sustainable fishing in the whole world, and that accounts to, and like it is so large that the next 3 countries in the world's combined total spending is equal to US's alone spending in sustainable fishing.
Permission to follow up?
No, delegate denied. Also, delegate of Brazil, you still haven't like sent your speech over WhatsApp, right?
Yes, Chair, I'm just sending that. Actually in pointers, so.
That's fine. Send us the pointers. We don't mind that. We just want to go through one thing.
All right, okay.
Oh, which delegate did right now ask a POI to the delegate of Ghana or to the delegate of US? It was Ghana.
It was Ghana. Yeah.
Okay, then the second one is the delegate of Mozambique.
Yes, in your speech, Delegate of USA, you had talked about a joint commission and joint cooperation. However, I'd like to highlight the incident of Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was a free trade agreement between 12 countries, including New Zealand, Singapore, Brunei, United States, Australia, etc. However, China was excluded from the same. This shows that the USA is unenthusiastic towards inclusivity and peaceful settlement of disputes for trade arise due to the South China Sea conflicts. Even though China was a major country in this issue, it was not included, while the other smaller countries were. So I believe that if you're trying to solve an issue, you need to include all the major involved countries. How would you like to explain your?
Yeah, delegate, US has always had the policy of maintaining international law and peace at all costs, and that includes also doing diplomatic pushback whenever needed for the purposes of maintaining international law. China has had many instances in which many PCA rulings as well as many UNCLO's clauses were violated by China throughout the years, and necessary diplomatic pushback was needed, and hence the decision was taken. Thank you.
Delegate, the next delegate. Sorry.
Need to follow up.
Denied. Next delegate, the delegate of China.
Chair, I believe it's my turn.
Sorry.
Delegate,
Okay, never mind.
Ahmed,
Sorry.
it is the delegate of UAE for a speech.
There are 3 POIs recognized who are in the speech. for this US? Because 17 seconds were
Okay,
left on the
okay, got it.
time.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So the third one, China.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. After the 1928 lead line agreement, US imported approximately 311,000 barrels of oil every day from the Middle East and mainly Iraq. So South China Sea having a massive reserve of oil and natural gases, and US's old obsession with setting up factories in places like Ghana as well. How does it assure the South China Sea involved parties that it is not going to rob them of their resources again, like it has done by under the pretext of free navigation and sustainable development and protection, and posing as a protector of international laws? Thank you.
Delegate, it is quite contradictory, considering that China's own interests are for extraction of oil when it's claiming EZ for the whole South China Sea. But coming to the point of the question, see, in the South China Sea, US has always promoted joint cooperation, and for the purposes of joint cooperation, if the countries allow, in case or if it allows US to extract oil, then that isn't a problem. But in the example of India's company ONGC extracting oil from Vietnam's EZ, in that case, China was against it. So that this shows that it isn't US that is actually trying to is more interested in oil. It's actually China in the first place. Thank you.
Oh, okay, delegate. Yeah. So the next delegate on the list is the delegate of United Arab Emirates.
Yes, just a second.
Yeah.
Shall I start? Excuse me. I'm audible?
Yeah. Wait a second. Waiting for the timer to be shared. Avigna? Yeah. You may start. You have 90 seconds on the floor.
The fisheries of the South China Sea have become an important part of diet of every state surrounding it. Yet those fisheries are poorly regulated at best and largely held in contention because of the territorial disputes, leaving potentially millions of people without the access of dietary staples. But what we missed out here was post-China defeat at the ICJ in 2016. The Philippines versus China. China claimed the ruling implemented by the court to be unjust and would therefore be ignored. As far as the international law was concerned, the problem here was enforcement. It was also a question of diplomacy as to how countries who win the international arbitration against superpowers such as China, how do they leverage that legal victory to gain concession on their grounds. Philippines was legally able to invalidate the claims of China, but the problem here was after the change of administration in Philippines, who was, by the way, did nothing but pivot to China consciously. And since the past 7 years, the Philippines administration did nothing but downplay themselves and disintegrated its own legal victory in order to keep things chummy and close with Chinese. Even after the legal right of Philippines, China still doesn't permit Philippines fisheries, and fishermen were constantly threatened making a living for their families. This is just one of the many examples as to how China is overpowering other states. As a solution to this, the delegate of UAE would like to propose providing mechanism for a multilateral solution to the territorial disputes of South China Sea by bringing all the claimants into one arbitration clause of the UNCLOS. I would also like to encourage the states to report overfishing and other illegal activities from fishermen to ensure proper reporting is pursued to prevent continued overfishing. This is also supported by the UNG Resolution 7418, and it is also one of the most recent affirmation within the sub-organization Oceans and the Law of Sea. That's it.
Thank you, delegate. Are we recognizing one compulsory POI for the delegate of UAE? Yes, delegate of USA.
Delegate of UAE, considering that in your solution regarding bringing all the claimants into one particular arbitration, considering that China has very well regarded the disregarded the permanent court's arbitration itself in the case of Philippines versus China, and many times also has denied the articles of UNCLOs and claiming its own interpretation. How would this be enforced that the decision of this particular joint commission would actually result in the solving the conflict, considering that China would China could and would eventually distance itself from the distance itself if the ruling is not in its favor?
To answer your question, the failure of the international arbitration in 2016 was because of both the parties. Neither did Philippines actually put efforts to win the legal victory, and China also forced its or ignored the claim. To prevent all this from happening, I propose the arbitration to be redone, and in this arbitration, more laws to be more things to be considered, remaking the arbitration so that everything is considered. And this time, the Philippines case would not be repeated as the administration has also changed, and also the other countries are encouraging have been encouraged by USA itself to claim what is theirs.
Need to follow.
Denied delegate. Oh, okay.
There's
We
one
have
speaker left. The last speaker for the moderator caucus is a delegate of Japan.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are audible.
Just a second.
You have 90 seconds on the floor. You may start.
Economically, the South China Sea is very important. It serves as a critical maritime trade route through which many goods pass annually. The stability of this region is important for global commerce. Disruptions in this area could lead to increased shipping costs, supply chain interruptions, and potential economic downturns, impacting not only the directly involved nations but also the global economy. The South China Sea is also a rich and fragile marine ecosystem home to diverse species and vital coral reefs. Encourage transparency in military activities and the sharing of information about resource management is important. Implementing strict environmental protection measures in the South China Sea to safeguard its fragile ecosystems, including coral reefs and marine life, can be a solution. And to promote sustainable fishing practices and limit pollution can also be a solution, while collaborating on maritime security efforts to combat illegal activities such as poaching, smuggling, and piracy. Environmental protection measures and sustainable fisheries management should be prioritized. Encourage scientific research and cooperation to monitor and assess the ecological health of the South China Sea. Scientific data can provide evidence for policy decisions and environmental protection efforts. Foster economic cooperation in the region through joint ventures, infrastructure development, and trade agreements, and encourage investment in sustainable industries to support local economies. Thank you.
Delegate, I will elapse your time. One compulsory to what point UAE?
Personal privilege and then a POI if possible.
Dear delegate.
Delegate of Japan, could you please clear the point where you said about some poaching and illegal activities? There was a point in between of the speech.
Yeah, sure. Just a second. Collaborate on maritime security efforts to combat illegal activities such as poaching, smuggling, and piracy.
Can I have the POI?
Let me recognize those delegates who wish to ask a POI. Kindly raise your hands. There is only one compulsory POI. Delegate of Brazil.
Right. So the delegate of Japan stated in their speech that due to the diverse species present over there, there must be a reduction in military activities and the sharing of information as one of the potential solutions to the trade conflict over there. However, considering how in the past also China has overall been a country who has not been willing to share its information with the international community, how would you actually monitor the fact that all the facts coming from the sea are correct facts and all of them are true?
That's what I said, that we need to, all the nations need to come together for the winning peace and stopping this dispute and encouraging transparency and truth in the sharing of information about resource management. So I'm like encourage others to do this.
Okay, delegate. Karthik, we have completed our 10 speakers of
Okay,
this month.
so we will look forward to all those delegates who are wishing to speak in this moderate caucus, be it the first time or the second time, raise your placards. All in one go, please.
Yes, delegates, please.
Is there anyone else?
Except these 7. Eight. 9.
Delegates, be in one go.
Yes, delegates, please.
We have
So 9 delegates for a second recommendation.
okay, Emma, just recognize whoever has raised their hands.
Okay, cool. Give me a second, guys. Open the recognition sheet. Yeah. Delegate of Japan, followed by delegate of France, followed by delegate of UAE, followed by delegate of China. Guys, kindly raise, put your hands down while I'm recognizing you. Japan, France, UAE, China, delegate of Ghana, delegate of Mozambique, delegate of Brazil, delegate of USA, delegate of UK. Now there are 3, 6, and 9. Cool. Is there any one last speaker? Japan, you have already been recognized. Any one
Can
last
you
speaker?
please shift my name after some speakers are at the last?
Gatik?
Delegate, we talked about this. There can't
Yes.
be any names going to the back, right? Because then everyone can ask for it. This is like, say, this is the same point for everyone, wherein everyone was asked in one go if they wanted a second speech.
Yes, delegate. Delegate, there are 9 speakers, and we are requiring at max 10 speakers. If there is one more speaker for the second recognition, is the last call if you want to speak in the mod cock 2 again. And even if it's your first time.
Emma just put it on the list. Sorry, on the chat.
Cool. I'll be putting it. Okay, then the 9 speakers for double recognition are as follows. Brazil. Yeah, I put the list on the group. 3369. Yeah. So Katak, should we start with the Modcock double recognition?
What? Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we can start.
Yeah. The delegates, the first speaker, yeah.
Okay, we can start. Yes.
Yeah. So the first speaker on the list is the delegate of Japan. You have 90 seconds on the floor.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry I would not be able to speak as I have to take some time to prepare and join some of my points together.
Gatesh, so should we shift? Because
Give everyone 5 minutes.
Cool.
Right? Give everyone 5 minutes.
Delegates?
It's 6:38. Everyone
Yeah.
has sorry. I'm really sorry. I said it is 4:09, right?
Yeah, 4:15.
So yeah, so 4 till 4:15. Everyone has time. Till then, EB, yes, France.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
I wanted to ask whether we will have a compulsory POI in this moderated document.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay. EBs, I'm calling you to the breakout room. Or just join one.
Yeah.
Delegates, you are all requested to turn on your cameras. We are resuming with the committee session.
Oh. Delegates, everyone, kindly switch on your cameras. We'll be resuming the committee session with the double recognition of ModCop 2. And everyone to kindly note that this time we'll not be taking compulsory POIs. If only time is left, only then POIs would be entertained by us. Okay. So we'll be starting with the Avigna. Are you in the committee?
Yes.
Yeah, share a timer for 90 seconds.
Almost.
So Japan, the first person on the list. Are you ready now?
Is the
Yes.
visible?
Yes, it's visible. So you have 90 seconds on the floor. You may start.
Ongoing disputes and military activities have led to overfishing, illegal poaching, and damage to these sensitive environments. The ecological balance is at risk, with serious consequences for food security and biodiversity. A healthy South China Sea is essential for the livelihoods of millions of people who depend on its resources. The South China Sea also plays a role in regulating regional climate patterns. Measures should be implemented to prevent the accidental clashes or conflicts due to military, such as clear communication channels, coastlines, and agreements on rules of engagement for military forces in the region. Disruption in this area could lead to increased shipping costs, supply chain eruptions, and the potential economic downturns, impacting not only the directly involved nations but also the global economy as a whole. Japan's fishing activities in the South China Sea are typically conducted in the areas that are not part of the territorial disputes in the region. Various countries in the South China Sea region have overlapping territorial claims, which can lead to disputes over fishing rights and resources in certain areas. Japan seeks to operate within the framework of international law and establish agreements to avoid conflicts and ensure sustainable fishing practices. By pursuing peaceful resolutions, fostering cooperation, and safeguarding the environment, we can hope to mitigate to adverse consequences and work towards a more stable and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next speaker, you have elapsed your time. We will be moving on to the next speaker. The next speaker on the list is the delegate of France. Kindly be ready.
May I start?
Yes, delegate, you may start. You have 90 seconds.
Economic instability has resulted in the area as a result of China's aggressive moves in the South China Sea. China has increased its militarization and presence in disputed areas, which has led to an unsettling atmosphere that deters Western trade and investment. The economy of nearby nations that depend on open and stable sea routes for trade are directly harmed by this. These disagreements could interrupt important trade routes, which would have an impact on the world economy. The international community must acknowledge how such activities have a negative impact on the stability of the regional and global economies. The fisheries and marine life in this area depend on the marine ecosystems. In response to the devastating ecological and economic impact, France calls upon all the nations to advocate for international financial assistance and technical expertise to support environmental protection and sustainable development in the South China Sea region. France also encourages affected nations to seek international legal action against those responsible for causing significant environmental damage in the South China Sea. This can include compensation for ecological harm and violations of international norms. In conclusion, the delegate of France firmly believes that China's actions in the South China Sea have had negative economic and ecological impacts. France remains committed to the principles of international law and the promotion of economic stability in the region. Thank you.
Avigna, how much time is left? 8 seconds.
Almost 10 seconds.
Almost 10 seconds. We would be entertaining one POI for the delegate of France.
I would like to yield it to the EB.
Sorry, delegate.
I would like to yield the time to the EB.
Okay, delegate. Sorry for the procedural error. Okay, we'll be moving on to the next delegate, that is delegate of UAE.
Sir, point of personal privilege, please.
Yes, delegate.
Sir, could you repost the list which is recognized, because I was disconnected from the meeting due to network issues and my chat got erased.
Yes. Sure. I would be posting it.
Chair, I'm
Delegates?
having some internet
Yes.
issues. Is it possible if I just turn off my camera for like a
Yes,
smoother?
delegate, and try to you can, but try to resolve it as soon as possible.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, then just let it be.
The delegates kindly recognize the presence of our chef, the cabinet, Mr. Sumit Kapoor, sir.
Thank you.
So, okay, after that, we'll be moving on to the next delegate, that is the delegate of UAE. You have 90 seconds on the floor.
Should I start?
Yes.
The UNCLOS has a lot of provisions like Article 123, 192, 197, 206 for the protection of the ecology in the region, but they're not followed properly. Recently, we have witnessed a critical level of the degradation of the marine environment and depletion of fish stocks in the South China Sea. A number of studies indicate that the offshore reefs in the CSC are not only important for biodiversity of the region itself, but also adjacent coral triangle considered the center of the global marine diversity. Consequently, the degradation of the offshore reefs may have caused detrimental effects on the reef's health throughout the CSC and a part of coral triangle region. The cause of the rapid destruction for the offshore coral reef, which amounts to nothing less than a widening environmental crime scene, is the land reclamation activities conducted by China as it attempts to turn rock islands and boasts its expansive claims. The result of this reclamation is less biodiversity and fewer fish to feed the growing population of the claimant nations. The main reasons for the depletion of the fish stocks in the CSC are first the activities of the building nations and burying offshore reefs by China, which have caused permanent damage to the marine habitat in the SCS. There are a few more, but it's not only
Delegate,
China
kindly wrap
who's.
up your speech.
Oh, okay, I'll end over here. Just one point, that it's not only China who's participating in the degradation of the economy, it's all of the other Asian countries also who have equal shares in it.
Okay, thank you, delegate. You have elapsed your time. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of China.
I would like to raise a point of order.
Yes, delegate.
In this speech, the delegate.
Delegate, considering this is a moderated caucus, right? So there are no points in a moderated caucus. We, with the amendment to the rules of procedures, have allowed questions in the point of moderated caucus, but considering that, there still won't be any points of orders since there are no points, and we haven't made the amendment to add points of orders as well.
Yes, delegate. The next delegate, the delegate of China.
Can I start?
Yes, you may start.
I'll start in 3, 2, 1. When Japan says that it is looking forward to peaceful resolutions, I fail to understand why Tokyo prepared what amounted to its first ever foreign military assistance to Grant Melina, which is approximately 2 billion yen or 15 million US dollars. The Philippines is the leading country on the list of top 10 ocean plastic contributors, generating an estimated 356,371 million metric tons of plastic waste in our oceans every year. Even despite all of this, China is looking forward to economic, sustainable, and ecological development. It has been 20 years after the declaration of the conduct of parties in the South China Sea was signed by us. Next year, it will be the 32nd anniversary of the establishment of a dialogue partnership between the two sides. Now, ASEAN is the largest trade partner of China. In the first half of 2020, the trade volume between China and ASEAN reached 299 billion US dollars, a remarkable increase of 5.6% amid the pandemic and global economic downturn. In the recent years, exchange of visits between the two sides was drastic. The above mentioned fact shows that the history of bilateral engagement in the process of deepening interaction and the process of managing the disputes in the South China Sea. This relationship between China and ASEAN is a comprehensive one. The issue of South China Sea is only a small part of that. Of course, if we could manage the issue well, it will make the bilateral picture shine. There are nearly 1,000 oil and gas wells in the disputed areas of the South China Sea. None of them belong to China. We are firmly opposed to illegal development. We also need oil and gas, but we do not want to complicate the matter by unilateral development. China has proposed a cooperation mechanism of the
Delegate,
littoral
kindly
states
wrap
of the
up your
South China
speech.
Sea. We're actively, yeah, we are actively promoting pan-South China economic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. You have elapsed your time. The next speaker on the list is the delegate of Ghana.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are audible.
May I begin?
Give us a second. Yes, you may begin.
Ahmed, 1 second. Just check the group once.
Yeah. Yes. Cool. Yes, delegate. Ghana, you may begin.
There would be catastrophic consequences of a military conflict in the South China Sea. This isn't about geopolitics, it's about the livelihoods and well-beings of people around the world. Most shipping from Europe and Middle East and Africa is destined to Asia and US West Coast through the Malacca Strait and the South China Sea. Without this route, shipping costs would skyrocket, and the additional shipping costs would bring reductions in economic activity around the world, as per the recent study by the US National Bureau of Economic Research. The study shows that countries most exposed to economic loss from a regional maritime conflict are already spending more on their militaries. The toll on regional economies would be severe. Taiwan's economy would contract by a third, Singapore's by 22%, while Hong Kong, Vietnam, and Philippines and Malaysia might see declines from 10 to 15%. China with its larger domestic industry may appear less affected with only a 0.7% loss. This would allow China to pressure these countries economically. The interruption of trade routes could lead to a surge of prices of crucial goods, particularly oil, due to rerouting and inefficiencies. We must recognize the shared responsibility to maintain peace, secure navigation, and promote international cooperation. It's not just about one nation, it's about the well-being of the entire world. We should work together to ensure that South China Sea remains a place of prosperity, not peril.
Avigna, how much time is left?
Five seconds. 5 to 4 seconds.
4 seconds. Katik, should we be taking a POI 4 seconds?
If it's only, no, leave it. It's only 2-3 seconds. I'm delegate because we are already like running short of time in general, right? So unless you have like sufficient time, like around plus more than 5 seconds, then only we would be considering for a POI. Okay. With this.
Hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I know. Just give me 1 minute before you
All
start.
right, all right.
Okay, so we have the secretariat here for the feedback. Arman, me, and the executive board would be moving into the breakout room because we also have stuff to discuss. So just give us a text and we'll join back.
All right, that's fine.
Give me a second before we go out into the breakout.
Right.
Ahmed and Avigno, join the breakout rooms, please.
All right, I believe the EB has left. Okay, so we'll be beginning with the committee feedback. Again, I'll repeat myself and my other secretariat members. Anything in the committee that has made you feel uncomfortable, you can report to the secretariat and we'll take care of it. First, let's start with the recognition. Any issues with recognition today? If you have, you can raise your hands.
No, sir.
Okay, so I see 2 hands raised. Yes, UK, what happened?
Okay, I feel like there is a little bias on the EB side because mostly the motions that are raised are similarly from the same countries. Like I forgot to give the feedback yesterday. We were also discussing that yesterday there were 6 motions that were to be raised in an order, but the EB only discussed the first one and held a voting on it without even addressing all the other motions. Then as for today, there were supposed to be, I think, 3 motions were raised, but the order of discussing the motions keeps on changing and it is not fixed in the committee, is what I'm trying to say for the recognition of motions.
All right. So, UK, I hope you know that motions are recognized upon 2 basic orders: order of precedence and order of disruption.
Yes.
Right. So I believe the EB is following the very same order, and that is how they have voting upon the motions, right? In case they recognize one motion first, vote upon it, and that fails, then they go on to the second motion in the order, either of precedence or of disruption. All right. I hope that is not an issue now.
Actually, there it is. I wanted a clarification. Does the order remain the same for the entire committee, or does it changes? Like, can it change?
All right. So the EB recognizes motions in the order of disruption, which means that let's say a motion has been raised with total speaker time of being 30 minutes and each speaker's time of 60 seconds, whereas the other has been of 20 minutes and each speaker's time being 60 seconds. Since the first motion accommodates more speakers, the EB will take that motion first. This is the order of disruption. Then there's the order of precedence. Precedence is when both these each speaker's time and total time is same. Then the EB takes the order in precedence. That is the one that is recognized first, is voted upon first. I hope you understand how the order of motions works now.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So like I wanted a clarification again that if the total time, like there are 2 mods raised, one a moderated caucus for around 30 minutes and one an unmod for 10 minutes. So according to disruption, which motion would be recognized first? Like would be voted upon first?
Here, according to disruption, it means that if the motions are raised for 2 separate things, unmods and mods, then it is upon the EB's discretion which motion they recognize first, right? That depends on what they feel will provide more guidance to the debate.
Okay.
All right. I'll take up UAE. Yes.
Recognition issue for POIs.
All right.
Like I've raised my I've raised my hand quite a number of times but not been recognized.
Okay. Any other issue that the delegates have faced? Any misconduct? Any undiplomatic behavior? Anything that you want the secretariat to improve for day 3? Anything from the side of the EBs? Anything you would like to address? Any improvements, any suggestions? If not, then you can give positive feedback too if you have any. Any positive feedback for the EB for yes, USA?
Sir, I feel that today's committee had a comparatively fast pacing, considering that we were able to achieve a lot today. And also, sir, appropriate time was given. Like many a times when double recognition was given in mods, many people were not prepared. So EB, knowing that, gave us time, separate 5 to 10 minutes for making speeches, and this helped a lot for many of the delegates as well, because they were able to actually then utilize the double recognition in a much more effective way in the mods.
All right. For a final time, anything that the delegates would want to say, anything that they want to improve for day 3 in the case of POIs, in the case of the pace of the committee, in case of recognition for mods, for motions, for speeches, anything that you felt that you want improved tomorrow besides what has been already stated? Yes, UA.
No, it's not for a improvement. It's just a positive review that the EB also gave us a small break, which we were able to utilize for as to how we want the committee, like whether to make a committee ending paper or not. So that was the time we were able to utilize. And
Noted, noted. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll be taking your leave and I'll just inform the EB to join back. Right.
Okay, delegates, we are back. Your feedback session is done. Once again, I will request you all to turn on your cameras.
Yes, delegates. We were on the delegate of China, and the next speaker on in the list is the delegate of Ghana.
I already
Avigna, Avigna.
Anji.
90-second time.
Okay.
I already gave my speech.
Ghana was done. After that, we had China. Sorry, China. After that, Ghana, right?
Yeah, it's now Ghana.
No, Ghana is done. Ghana is done.
Are you sure Ghana is done?
Yeah, Ghana is done. Ghana is the last speech we marked.
Okay, cool. So it's a delegate of
I am right, Ghana. We Ghana, delegate of Ghana. I'm right though, right? Like your speech was done last.
Yeah. My speech was
okay.
done.
Yeah.
delegate of Mozambique.
Yes. Can I start?
Wait, give us a second. Yes, delegate, you may start.
Also, one thing I would like to be told when the time elapses because my screen freezes due to internet
That's
issues
fine.
again.
That's fine. If you, when we go like 5-10 seconds over, one of the EV members will tell you that you need to wrap up.
Thank you. Should I start?
Yes, delegate.
The South China Sea military conflict could significantly impact the global economy due to its role as key trade route. The potential closure of the Malacca Strait, connecting the Pacific and Indian Oceans, would exacerbate economic consequences. Attempting to navigate through the challenging Torres Strait north of Australia would be impractical for large vessels, further disrupting international trade. China's actions like building artificial islands, military facilities, and the Belt and Road Initiative complicate the economic landscape. The BRI seeks to boost regional connectivity, potentially strengthening China's economic and political influence. Regional countries forming alliances with major powers, particularly the United States, have created complex networks of alliances and rivalries. This impacts regional stability, diverts resources from pressing economic and political issues, and raises concerns about peaceful resolutions, as seen in the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling. Security concerns in the South China Sea heighten the risk of military escalations and instability. This uncertainty affects investment decisions, overall economic stability, and has the potential to impact global energy markets due to the region's oil and gas reserves. These disputes raise questions about the effectiveness and relevance of international law, particularly UNCLOS, and erode confidence in its authority in global governance. In summary, a
Delegate, you
military
have 20
conflict in the
seconds.
South China Sea would have profound and widespread economic and geopolitical consequences, with the nations directly involved bearing the heaviest burdens.
Delegate, you have around 10 seconds left on the timer. I would be entertaining
I
only
would like
one
to
PO.
yield my time to United States of America.
Okay, delegate. United States of America.
Yeah, sir, could I add this time to the speech itself, if it's possible?
Gatik, any ruling?
Sir, considering my speech is just after like one more speech.
Give me a moment. Wait. Okay, no, delegates, this isn't possible. Like the only, even giving yields is not possible since this is not, this is not a GSL. The only factor is that, like the only technique, because as I said, once again, we have amended the procedure to have points of information in the moderated caucus. So that's the only amendment we made. So, and since anyways, we don't have the option to have compulsory POIs, it is like if you wish to entertain a POI, that is fine. If you do not wish to entertain POI, that is fine. Otherwise, the only option you have is to either entertain a POI or not. That's it. There are no more yields or anything because this is a like procedural amendment that we have made. There was no amendment for yields to other delegates, right? So no.
So can I entertain a POI instead?
Okay, that would be fine. Avigna, you can take over.
Yes, the delegate of, I would be entertaining only one POI for the delegate of Mozambique. Yes, delegate of UAE.
Considering the fact that the delegate of Mozambique stated in her speech that the ties between the regions, like for example, US and the other Asian countries, are impacting the nature on an ecological basis. How do you explain that? Because how can ties between two regions or two countries impact the nature, the ecology?
I'm sorry, Delegate. I think you've misinterpreted. In my entire speech, I have not talked about ecological impacts at all. I've only stated economic impacts. No mention of ecology or environment or any such thing.
Okay, sure. Might be misinterpretation.
Okay. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Brazil. Delegate of Brazil.
Yes. Okay.
You have
So
90 seconds on the timer. You may start.
it is vital to consider the reduced economic cooperation due to assertiveness and aggression in the South China Sea, which also hinders the political conflict resolution in terms of the claims made by the claimant states. Brazil always gives its first preference to dialogue between the parties, but also stresses upon the fact that the international community must be told about the developments which ecologically impact the region, for they themselves are indirectly impacted by that. Now, the US stated about regional parties making practical guidelines based on experience. Although now experience may be vital for drafting guidelines in such a situation, we must also focus on the individual nation's requirements and stability in order to ensure that these guidelines are made in favor of everyone. Now, China blames other parties for dumping their waste in the seas, which China claims to be belonging to China itself. However, it has itself dumped a lot of garbage, algae bloom generating garbage in the sea, along with its artificial island creation. Now, dredging due to artificial islands does not only impact the corals, but also the other marine life over there, which in turn impacts lives of normal civilians and people in all the claimant states around South China Sea. Trade routes disruption impacts the global sea trade due to the need of many nations for shipping through the sea. This means that the instability will also force finding alternative routes in order to ensure that the trade still goes on.
Delegate, you
However,
have
that will
elapsed
just
your time. Kindly wrap up your speech.
However, that will just create a much bigger economic burden on the nations in order to carry out trade.
Thank you, Delegate. You have elapsed your time. The next speaker on the list is the Delegate of United States of America.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible. You have 90 seconds on the timer.
Yeah. I'm starting in 1, 2, 3, start. 3 primary challenges hinder effective management of fishery resources in SCS. The number 1 being disagreements among SCS nations hinder cooperation on regulating fishery migrations, leading to confrontation between maritime law enforcement forces and fishermen. Number 2, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing further complicates MLE efforts. Number 3, differences in MLE capabilities can affect fairness, perceptions, and trigger calls for a larger fisher share of fish stocks by nations with greater MLE burdens. Fuel subsidies in the ECS promote overfishing, particularly in large-scale fisheries, sustaining profitable operation and worsening resource depletion. China and Japan exclusively allocate this fuel subsidies to a large sector. In previous speeches, China constantly argued against FONOP violations. However, the declaration on the conduct of parties in South China Sea, signed by China itself and nation members 2002, reaffirmed freedom of navigation and overflight, peaceful dispute resolution, and self-restraint. This makes China's aggressive stance hypocritical and condemnable. China's 32 years of signing the declaration of the parties has been 32 years of violation year after year, with China in 2012 started to exclude Philippine nationals from Scarborough Shoal, effectively seizing a previously uninhabited feature by using maritime paramilitary forces, violating the declaration itself. France's statement suggests that it interprets the Biological Diversity Convention as making it illegal to cause environmental damage within a specific jurisdiction. This raises a question of whether France considers China to have jurisdiction over the area with artificial islands, as it acknowledges environmental degradation in that region. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have elapsed your time. The next delegate on the list is the Delegate of United Kingdom.
Can I start my speech?
Give us a second. Yes, you may.
China stated that they had evidently followed the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, but its members also consist of countries like Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, who believe that the TAC was violated in regards of conducting illegal fishing in the waters of the other AC members and harassing and intimidating fishermen from other AC members. All of this just leads to an assumption that China only claims to follow the international order, but it's not the reality since most member states would state otherwise. China also emphasized on Philippines being a large contributor to plastic waste in the oceans, but China itself is by far the largest source of mismanaged plastic waste. In case of USA criticizing China for not adhering to the maritime laws, the US choice to not ratify UNCLO's form concerns about possible restrictions on military activities and a preference for bilateral agreements. Criticizing China's actions in the South China Sea is valid, but the US should lead by example. Active participation in the UNCLOS would strengthen its moral authority and avoid accusations of double standards, promoting a more consistent and effective international rules-based order. The UAE's proposal for a universal arbitration mechanism faces a significant challenge. China's reluctance to adhere to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. If China does not fully comply with existing international frameworks, there is a valid concern that it may also reject new arbitrations. The proposal needs to address these apprehensions to gain broader international support and efficacy. Talking about the implications of creation of artificial islands, the presence of artificial islands changes natural water circulation patterns and impact the distribution of nutrients and sediments, potentially affecting the surrounding marine environment. Construction activities as well as the human presence on these islands leads to pollution of the surrounding waters through the release of contaminants and waste.
Delegate, you have elapsed your time. Thank you, delegates. We have also completed the second recognition of our mod cop 2. Gatik.
Yes. With this, we are done with the second mod cop. We will continue with the committee till 5. So we will move forward with the GSLs that we have.
Yeah. The GSL will be kind of reverting back to the general speakers list.
Emma, just put the GSL in the group as well.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Are motions being marked?
As recognition, yes.
As in markings for raising a motion.
Delegate motions are not like motions are never marked.
No, actually, it was mentioned. It was in the recognition sheet. That's why I just wanted to.
Recognition, yeah. So recognition for motions is marked. So yes, motions are never directly marked.
Oh.
Yes, the GSL list is in the chat, and the next speaker for the general speakers list is the delegate of United Kingdom.
Can I have a second? I need to take out my speech.
Yeah.
Yes, can I start?
Give us a second, delegate. 1 second. Yes, delegate, you have 90 seconds.
China has hinted at the possibility of establishing a South China Sea Deal, which could further destabilize the region. Given China's lack of consistency in enforcing its East China Deals, it is uncertain whether China would consistently enforce an EDIZ in the South China Deals. We should continue to uphold international norms and engage in peaceful dialogue to address territorial disputes and prevent unnecessary escalations. China's air defense identification zone overlaps with the territorial airspace of other countries, including Japan and Taiwan. This is in violation of the UNCLOS, which guarantees states the right to sovereignty over their airspace. China has demanded that foreign aircraft file flight plans or identify themselves before entering its ADIs. This is also in violation of the UNCLOS. We should press for comprehensive agreements on how to conduct air-to-air encounters with China. While standards for air-to-air encounters already exist in international law, it is worth each country clarifying how it expects to respond to intrusions into its ADIs, as well as how it expects to interact with other tertiary forces it may encounter. Now is an ideal time to discuss establishing new standards because each country has experienced enough ADIs intrusions by China to understand its patterns of behavior that will better inform each country's understanding of its expectations and needs when responding to intrusions. Such agreements would ideally help avoid tangling similar incidents to the one that occurred between Japan and South Korea on July 23rd. Countries should expand relevant intelligence sharing, including sharing radar data that would give each country additional information about the activities of Chinese aircraft, such as advanced warning of possible incoming Aries intrusions, since no one country is capable of perfecting monitoring all relevant aspects of China's intrusions throughout Northeast Asia. In the spirit of the cooperation, the United Kingdom is committed to supporting the sharing of satellite technology for monitoring and ensuring the security of Northeast Asian region. Thank you.
Delegate, you have elapsed your time. The next delegate on the general speakers list. Delegates, kindly be mindful of your timed speeches, because after 90 seconds, we would be not noting down or heeding attention to any of the points that you are speaking in the committee. The next delegate on the list is the delegate of Mozambique.
Yes, before I start again, I would like to be told when the time is about to be exhausted.
Okay, delegate.
Thank you. Should I start?
Yes.
Yes, delegate.
In the South China Sea, territorial disputes between multiple countries have generated tensions and increased militarization in the region. These conflicts have significant effects in Mozambique. They divert shipping routes for African countries heading to Asia and US West Coast around the south of Australia, thereby increasing shipping costs by 10 to 30% and causing delivery delays. Mozambique's offshore gas industry struggles to attract investment due to regional stability concerns from these conflicts impacting the economy. China's BRI projects in Mozambique, including vital maritime routes, are indirectly affected by SCS tensions as they impact route safety and efficiency. These impacts are not isolated to Mozambique. They create uncertainty in energy supplies by 5 to 15% for Asian nations, impacting global energy markets as the SCS's oil and gas reserves are vital for Asia. Mozambique advocates peaceful diplomatic solutions to South China Sea disputes. We propose that transparency be maintained in military activities and information on maritime intentions and activities be exchanged via the use of blockchain technology. Such confidence building measures can help reduce the risk of misunderstandings and incidents at sea. Establishment of demilitarized or jointly administered zones by claimant states in disputed areas where military activities are prohibited, allowing for peaceful coexistence and resource management. These zones would serve as areas of maritime peace and could include both land and maritime territory. We promote the development of a code of conduct for civilian vessels, including fishing and research vessels operating in the SCS, to reduce encounters at sea and promote responsible behavior. We promote joint scientific research missions led by multiple claimant states to study and monitor marine ecosystems and resources in disputed areas to build trust and enhance understanding of the region's ecological importance. We urge for the conclusion of the COC upon
Delegate,
which
time has
Asia
elapsed.
and China had been working, and the establishment of more specific and binding rules and guidelines for behavior in the SCS.
Thank you, delegate. Gatik.
Okay, with this, we end the committee session. Yes, Delegate of United Kingdom.
Yes, so I have a point of privilege. Didn't we have a compulsory POI after a GSL for every other delegate?
Okay, we will take the compulsory POI. Ahmed, could you recognize people for the same?
For the delegate of, pardon?
Mozambique.
And for me as well.
Okay, we'll take it for UK as well. Sorry. We.
Okay, wait a second, guys. Everyone lower down your hands. Yeah. First, for the delegate of Mozambique, 1 POI. Let me check. Give me a second, guys. Delegate of UAE.
The delegate of Mozambique stated that more prominent code of conduct should be made to resolve disputes. But seeing the history, how many code of conducts and international arbitrations have been made to resolve these disputes, what do you think what the solution you propose would be different from the ones that have already been made and have failed?
Delegate, I agree that there were previously code of conducts and they have failed. However, in my speech, I talked about creating a code of conduct for civilian vessels and not to solve the conflict, in general, not to solve the conflicts, but only a code of conduct for civilian vessels, including fishing and research vessels operating in the SES. Because currently there is no code of conduct as such for civilian vessels, particularly.
Need to follow?
Denied delegate. The next is for the delegate of UK. I'll be recognizing POIs. There. Three. Okay, cool. Delegate of China.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, delegate.
Okay, the delegate of United Kingdom keeps preaching about peaceful relations and conflicts that have been created over time. While United Kingdom is very much responsible for most of the modern day conflicts that have taken shape in history throughout now, while being a major driving force for such problems, how does it advocate for peaceful relations and economic development when its own economy is as well in recession at the same time?
Could the delegate repeat the first sentence? His voice was breaking at my end.
United Kingdom is responsible for creating most of the modern day conflicts in this era.
Okay, so the United Kingdom follows a rule-based system where we believe that the international orders and norms should be followed. Talking about history, I won't go much further because both, like even China and UK, I agree, have been involved in many disputed regions and countries. But now that the UK has stabilized and an established system of following rules and orders, it believes in solving disputes by not through militarization, but by agreements, just as the UK made an suggestion that we should press for comprehensive agreements on how to conduct air-to-air encounters with China. So therefore, now no more militarization methods are being suggested by UK to more destabilize the situation.
Okay, delegate, that's it. That's it for the day. Okay, so that's it. That's it for the day. We are done. We have finished the moderate caucus and everything. Tomorrow, what?
I just need to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm very sorry. I have put in the link which the delegates need to join in with for the cultural program after you wind up the session. So I have sent it directly to you and I'll be sharing it for the delegates as well.
Okay. As ma'am said, please join the cultural program. Ma'am will put it on the group chat for everyone as well. Apart from that, anyone has any more doubts? Like any doubts related to anything like what will be done tomorrow or anything like that? Or any because I have like people messaging me on WhatsApp, right? But the only problem is I have a huge time zone difference compared to all of you. So quite a few of you. So I am not able to reply to chats immediately. And that's why there is the communication gap, which I don't want now. So if you have any doubts, ask me right now so that we can handle it. Yes, UAE.
Seeing that this is a semi-conventional committee, would we receive a crisis?
This is not a semi-conventional committee. This is a proper conventional UNSC, firstly, to be very clear. But even in a proper conventional UNSC, there can be a crisis upon executive board discretion. So if it would be the case, there will be a crisis. It will be a surprise for all of you, even for us. There is no plan. It totally depends on how the committee goes and what we decide upon. Any other doubts? Delegate of Malta, the problem is that we are already ending with the committee session, but okay. One exception, we'll take your speech. You texted me that you will not be there tomorrow. We'll take your speech. Ahmad, we will be taking one last speech for the day from Delegate of Malta because he won't be present tomorrow. It would be an exception. Avigna, are you there? Avigna, could you just okay, I'll share the timer. Okay, we'll do that. I'll share the timer. Emma, just go for the POIs if there are any.
Okay.
Okay. Delegate of Malta, are you ready with your speech?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm just a bit laggy. All right.
Yeah, you may begin as soon as you're ready.
The delegate of Malta believes in a conceptual idea of peace, unison, and cooperation within each individual country for a result of a better world and a better communion of nations. The current long-standing conflict concerning the territorial disputes of the South China Sea undermines this goal of tranquility and cooperation within countries. Throughout much of history, the delegate of Malta has taken a large mutual strands, but the urgent nature of this conflict has forced delegates to make a decision to actively seek to resolve this conflict and come to a beneficial and peaceful resolution that is within the interests of all relevant nations and the inhabitants of the nations that applies to. The delegate of Malta vouches for and supports the minimization of conflict in the relation of the South China Sea, pouring gas into the flames and
Delegate, your voice is cracking. We're not able to hear you. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? EB, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All
We
right.
can hear you. Could you WhatsApp us the speech, Delegate of Malta?
Yeah.
Because then it would be much better, easier for us to mark.
Right. I disconnected it. Can I just finish it now? Assume I don't disconnect it. Assume I don't disconnect again. If I disconnect again, then I'll just not do the speech. Okay.
Fine, Delegate.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. The delegate of Malta believes in a conceptual idea of peace, unison, and cooperation within each individual country for a result of a better world and a better community of nations. The current long-standing conflict concerning the territorial disputes of the South China Sea undermines this goal of tranquility and cooperation within countries. Throughout much of our history, the delegate of Malta has taken a largely neutral stance, but the urgent nature of this conflict has forced the delegate to make a decision to actively seek to resolve this conflict and come to a peaceful and beneficial resolution that is within the interests of all relevant nations and the inhabitants of the nation that applies to. The delegate of Malta vouches for and supports the minimization of conflicts not militarization of the South China Sea, that will only serve to make the problem much, much worse. To not keep pouring gas into the flames and instead extinguish it with diplomacy and a stoic nature of understanding and clear-headed, mature rationale like the civilized delegates that we are. The delegate of Malta urges all member states as a whole to side with him and address this issue with nuance and consideration. Together, we will achieve peace and we will seek prosperity and resolve the issue with the South China Sea. Stand with the delegate of Malta, stand with the greater good for our world. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We have
16 seconds.
15 seconds left, so we can entertain 1 point of information. Are you willing to take a point of information, delegate?
I'm willing to take it.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there any point of information for the delegate of Malta?
Seems like there are
Seeing
none.
Yes, there are none. So thank you, delegate.
Thank you.
With this, we are ending with today's session we end today's session with in terms of the debate. Now, as far as feedback goes, the committee has been fine. Like today, at least the speed was good because we started a bit late and everything. We even gave you breaks, but it was still good. I hope like anyone didn't have problem with the committee pace today. Like you can give us your feedback because you guys have to leave like quickly. So can you just give us your feedback quickly, like anything you have for us, apart from what you're given to the secretariat, but in general, any other feedback in terms of pace of the committee or anything else? Yes, United Kingdom.
I think maybe the pace was little slow, like seeing that only one moderated topic we could discuss today because the other one was carried down today as well. So I think that it would have been better if we could have at least covered 2 topics rather than one.
Okay. Delegate, I understand your point, but the only problem, I understand your point that the mod topic was slow. Firstly, it was a mod for 90 seconds, so it would have been slower than individual speeches were for 90 seconds, so it would have been comparatively slower to the last mod yesterday. I know it is not really the committee is not at a very good pace, but the problem is that the committee had even started late, which was not within our hands. Then we had the GT awards, the feedback and everything, which happens. And there was some discrepancies that we and the executive board other members of the executive board were sorting out, because at the end of the day, we don't want any discrepancies at the end. So we were even trying to sort that out. And but we tried to make the most of that time, right? We gave you an unmod to discuss stuff and all that. So we hope tomorrow, when we as soon as we once begin with the committee session tomorrow, there won't be any breaks or stuff. The only break would be the official one. Until then, there won't be any breaks. We hope we can catch up to the final pace tomorrow, because we hope we can do that. And I get your feedback. It's absolutely right. We're not at the ideal pace a committee should be. We are still a bit slow. Any other feedback? Anyone has any recognition problems? Or anyone has any other problems that they want to share with us, or any good feedback?
I just had a small thing. It's the
Yes, delegate.
stopwatch. I don't know if it's on my side, but the stopwatch keeps
I know it is a bit lagging. The only problem is it is a bit lagging. Sometimes it does. So the thing is, for us, you need not, even if you go over 1 minute 30 seconds, right? And we are not if we didn't stop you in the middle, still after 1 minute 30 seconds, we just finish that point, and that's it. That's all we mark. So even for speeches wherein people went to almost 2 minutes, right? Or even yesterday when the time was 1 minute, people went to 130, 140. Even then, the marking was done only till whatever time was is decided in the motion, and just finish that point. If the point is too long, then not even the whole point. So that you guys can be like fine about. It won't affect your marking if you if like someone's going over way too much over the stopwatch and you guys aren't.
And,
So
if
yes, sir.
I may add something here, sorry to interrupt, that
No, sir.
it doesn't matter how much you are recognized, it matters how well you spoke, and you spoke on solutions, and your speech made sense. So it doesn't matter if you can speak 10 times in a day, but if you don't talk, if your talk doesn't make any sense, you will not be marked. So don't worry about it. You have to speak sense. I hope you understand that point.
Thank you, sir. As sir rightly said, and like in addition, so basically, if it is only within the prescribed time frame for everyone, we stop marking after that point. And like number of speech as far as recognition goes, for us, like although sir at that point, but for our committee, we allowed double recognition to each and every one of the delegates that had wanted double recognition, because it was there within the mod. So we allowed that for every one of you. So as far as POI goes, although the recognition sheet is anyway is shared in the group with all of you, and it is being updated live throughout the throughout this whole session. So you can go through that wherever you face problems, even with regards to point of informations. It is the only reason of there being a little bit gap between points of information is the fact that there were, since the committee had decided to keep compulsory POIs, but there were no other people ready to ask a compulsory POI other than a few certain delegates. So we had to give them recognition. That is the reason that there may be some difference between POIs, but as far as speeches goes, there is there is no difference at all. Anyone who has raised a recognition for a speech for any of the, either be it the GSL or both the moderate caucus, and twice for both the moderate caucus, have been recognized. I hope it won't be a problem. With this, the committee comes to an end from our side. Sir, if you have anything to say, you may continue. Otherwise, from our side.
No, good productive day. I was present throughout, and it was good productive day, good debate, good discussion. Congratulations to all of them. And let's move now for the International Cultural Festival.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Everyone, as sir said, you may move to the International Cultural Festival now and leave this meeting.
The link is shared on the chat.